Jetzt? Okay, jetzt noch einmal. 1, 2, 3. Jetzt?
Jetzt haben wir das schon begonnen, ja.
Okay. So, now. Not really? Can you hear us? Hear us? Yeah. Yes. Okay, then let's start. So, what? 1 minute. Wir legen los, gell? Ja. So, good morning. Second day. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? How was the evening last night? Can you tell? Can you tell us a little bit? Okay. But I hope you enjoyed Vienna and the lovely evening yesterday. So, what can we expect today? Second day, we do this 5-minute introduction right now. So welcome. And then we.
Stop.
Okay. Sorry.
Also welcome to the stream. Hello from Vienna.
Hello. And then we will switch to Mannheim again, and we will listen what Tobias has to say today. I'm a little bit surprised about that. And then we will stream the keynote, a keynote by SAP. The title is ABAP Strategy Towards blah, blah, blah by AI. So it will be a little bit about künstliche Intelligenz, AI, that's for sure. With Boris Gebhardt. Boris Gebhardt is, let's say, Mr. ABAP. He is the big ABAP boss, let's say. And Fabian Fellhauer. Fabian Fellhauer is responsible for the ABAP RESTful application programming model and ABAP Cloud. So if you have questions in that direction, maybe you can try to write him a mail, or he is responsible for that.
Yeah. After then, we are talking about documents. Then our colleague Oliver and from Docs 42, Christian, will tell us about the documents. Is it still necessary to use documents? Afterwards, we have lunch break.
No.
Sorry. Afterwards, we have to ask the experts and win a prize. So if you did the quiz, then maybe you are happy to win a prize.
We have 5 prizes.
5.
Okay. Yes. Cool.
Perfect. And of course, we also have Ask the Expert, and we will have Matthias and Katharina on stage, so you can ask some more questions about.
Just a little bit Q&A like yesterday, because I think there are some. I think there are some more questions here in the room.
Yeah. Then we have lunch break.
After lunch. I'm really very happy that Jelena joined us. Is Jelena? She's not here, but she will arrive later. And she will tell us a little bit about EWM. I think we have some EWM experts here in the room for ABAP. So I'm really happy about that. After then, we have?
Yeah, then we have Simon. He was already a speaker at ABAPConf. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Is this your second time or third time? Second time. First time. First time in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Then we have a short coffee break, and then in the evening, the last session. Maybe it's the worst one. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Thank
then
you.
and Martin will show us something about RAP events. So I'm very curious about that. And after that, we will have a short closing session, and
again beer and some
snacks.
Snacks, yes.
And afterwards, there's also the Substammtisch in Vienna. So if you like to join, please register. There must be some QR codes in the room.
But we have limited space, so register and then talk to Christian, and okay, he is responsible for that. Okay. Heinrich, yeah. Or please ask Heinrich if there's enough space. I don't know. Okay, so and now I think we should switch to Mannheim.
Yeah. Something else to say?
No.
Then enjoy the day. Thank you, and we will now switch to Mannheim.
Yeah, take 1-2 minutes. You know. Huh? So, there's the tone, there's the tone.
We have to talk about it a little bit more. Please, be more like this one. Yeah. And I don't know what to say yet. I would suggest everybody can go back to grab a coffee. I don't know because many people maybe joining a little bit later because the agenda is at 9:30. I would say everybody can go get a cup of coffee.
Okay, sorry.
And I want to find out the guy that did the agenda.
Yeah, he did it. Okay, that was the.
PowerPoint slide.
Okay, sorry for that. Because he did the agenda. It's not our fault. Okay, so grab a coffee and then we start in 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes with the keynote with Boris Gebhardt. Das hätten sie uns aber auch sagen können. Okay. Wird nicht so gesprochen, aber.
Könnte das Handy auf ABAPConf machen?
Ja. Test, Test.
Ja, ik kan weten wat ze extreem is.
Ob man jetzt schon einbringt, wenn man selber redet, oder ob man das einbringt.
Ja, das war lieb. Geht's jetzt? Okay. Hi, everyone. Yeah, welcome to the local keynote of day 2. Hope you enjoyed the first day. Yeah, the title of the session is a bit misleading because it's not Christian and me doing the keynote. It's Christian doing the keynote. Unfortunately, he's only remote available, so I'm just doing the introduction. I have the honor to introduce him to you. And first, just to check if everybody is alert, I would just want to know who knows Tommy. Hands up, almost everyone. Yeah. Yeah, who knows Docs 42? Yes. It's more than the last time. There's still, I think 2 hands haven't gone up. They don't know you. So just check that afterwards. Yeah, okay. Yeah, who's Docs 42? There's a company based in Vienna, focused on document generation, basically. And we crossed our path the first time in 2018 in Munich in a project where the customer who had the requirement to take a lot of data out of the SAP system and then still be able to edit those documents. And therefore, we just tried to check to find something where they can edit this in Word, and they found Docs 42. We had a look, and then we did projects in that area of document generation with them. Since then, we have several successful projects per year, spanning from creating 100 pages of quality check reports out of SAP for production issues. We have now even a customer who just does the complete output management, all forms from the SAP system with Docs 42. So in that case, if you ever have anything about forms and doing them more in an easier way, or want to do them in an easier way than using Subscript or Smart Forms or Adobe, then give it a try. I can really recommend it. It's a cool tool. And yeah, enough of the intro. Now up to Christian, who will give us insight about what is documents all about in the past, in the present, and in the future. How does this change?
Wonderful.
Welcome, Christian.
Hi, everyone. I'm Christian Bauer, CEO of Docs 42. Can you see me, hear me, feel me? Yeah? Can you hear me? Okay, I guess that would be a yes. So I prepared some slides for you, trying to share them. Let's see if that works. Sharing is caring. You need to accept that I can share. Domi, I guess you need to accept me. Yes. Here we go. So you should be able to see my slides. Yes, I can see them on the screen. Wonderful. Okay. Welcome to the Vienna local keynote of the ABAPConf. Thanks a lot for having me. I have been asked by the colleagues of Cadaxo to do an inspirational keynote. So this will not be a product presentation. It will be an inspirational keynote. And in turn, I ask myself how to do an inspirational keynote. Well, the next question was, what is inspirational for me? And I thought one of the most inspirational things for myself is traveling. I like traveling, seeing new places, meeting new people, having great talks, having new perspectives. Yeah, I would like to invite you to travel. Wonderful. So this is a bit hard to do when we stream it. So how to travel? But however, the whole world is in a transformation. We are in a digital transformation. We are a transformation to the cloud. We are, of course, in a transformation of artificial intelligence. Then there is a hybrid war going on there. So we are in a transformation where cybercrime forces us to transform ourselves. So how to transform a travel? And I said, why not do a time travel? So what I'm going to do is to invite you back to the future and back to the present. Let's do a time travel. And if we embark on such a travel, we should have a good reason to do so. And the question I want to ask is, do we still need documents? Do we really still need to program SAP forms, subscript, something like that, to mass create documents? Do we really need that? Or can we, in an age of almighty apps and artificial intelligence, can we just get rid of it? Why do we need it? I give you two examples of what I'm meaning. You can see on the screen, hopefully, a hotel reservation and a boarding pass. Two documents, okay? Could be created by Adobe Form Services, could be created by Docs42. However, well, do you really need those documents anymore? Because my hotel reservation is in booking.com or Airbnb, and my boarding pass is on my mobile. So I don't need those documents anymore. So maybe we can get rid of documents at all. All of them? Well, this is where our time travel begins. This is our DeLorean. I brought the DeLorean from the film. I invite you to board it and go to the distant past. Because in the distant past, we will probably find out what is the essence of a document, to find a criteria, to find out, is this a document or can this be an app? So I'm going to take you more than 3,000 years in the past to my personal favorite document in history. Brace yourself. It's the peace treaty between the Egyptian Empire and the Hittite Empire. It was concluded 1259 before donation between Ramses II and Hattusili III. Who doesn't know them? Okay. This peace treaty created peace between those mighty empires for several hundred years. Not a bad thing, huh? If you think about present day, and reflect the political situation worldwide, we could use some of those kinds of documents badly. Think of Ukrainian war, think of Gaza, think of many wars going on in Africa. Peace treaties would not go amiss. So this kind is a really mighty document. It was concluded after the Battle of Kadesh, by the way. And yeah, you can still read it. Here it is. It is on a wall on the Temple of Karnak in Luxor, Egypt. If you're fluent in hieroglyphs, you just can read it quickly. You find it on a different wall as well, because it is also on the wall of the big meeting room of the United Nations in New York. Okay, and the Hittites produced clay tablets and silver tablets. Some of the clay tablets also have survived. The silver tablets didn't, unfortunately. It is, by the way, it is the oldest surviving peace treaty of mankind. So this is some kind of a document. Okay, can we agree on that? So what is a document? It is a snapshot of data. For example, the borders between the two nations had been fixed in that treaty. So this is data, and it doesn't change. It is important. It is a really, really important thing between those two empires to create a peace treaty that had been observed for several hundred years. It is permanently valid, several hundred years. It is legally binding. And you have the recipients of those documents are partially unknown, because many of people who had observed this peace treaty had not been born when it was concluded. And they are not using the same infrastructure, clay tablets, silver tablets, stone carving. However, these recipients could read, understand the context, and made independent decisions. And the peace treaty is the result of a business process. In that count, it was a negotiation process. Because in the battle, after the Battle of Kadesh, both empires claimed that they had won the battle. However, actually, both had lost most of their army, and then were clever enough to conclude a peace treaty. Again, that would be quite relevant in present day. Okay, so we have a criteria to define what is a document. A snapshot of data. Why is this important? Another document could be the contract where you bought your house. It is important that the data in that contract stays the same as it was concluded when the contract was signed. Because when the prices for houses go up, you don't want the price in your contract to change. It should stay the same. It is important for you. It is permanently valid. It is valid for your children, for your grandchildren. It is legally binding. You don't know your grandchildren maybe, but you can trust that they are able to read, and it was the result of a business process. So what is the difference to, for example, a boarding pass? Let's compare the peace treaty and the boarding pass. Here's the boarding pass. Okay. It is still a snapshot of data. Okay. Is it important? Is it permanently valid? No, because as soon as the plane has landed, you can just throw it away. Is it binding? Well, if the gate changes, the gate changes. And it would be a good thing if you see the new gate here in the app, because otherwise you will stand on the wrong gate. Partially unknown recipients, no. The airline knows exactly who you are, and you know exactly who the airline is, and you know exactly which infrastructure they are using. Yes, they can read, hopefully. And it is the result of a business process. So this is not what we call a document. Here we have a criteria to distinguish what actually is a document and what is a means of communication, of course, but that can be done in a very different way, like an app, an WhatsApp message, whatever. A WhatsApp message is not a document. Agreed? Okay. Now, let's turn the DeLorean around and go slowly back to present day. And we do that if we look at different output formats and what they mean. First of all, very popular in former days, papyrus and parchment. A bit outdated today, same as stone carvings, and we can agree that this is okay. So, because to manufacture papyrus and parchment is a very cumbersome process, and the documents need to be created by handwriting. So you need skilled people to do that, and it's a cumbersome process to create those documents. One example of one of these documents, and we are going in the direction of present now, is the Goldene Bulle, the Golden Bull. This is an extensive document. It was created in the 13th century in Germany, and it defines the rule how the king of the Holy Roman Empire of German nation, yes, this was the term of the German kingdom by that time, had to be elected. Yes, those kings were elected by the prince-elects, by the Kurfürsten, as they're called in Germany. And this regulation was in place for several hundred years. And as you see, it was handwritten, so skilled people were necessary. But the problem was you need copies of it, because you had 7 prince electors and everyone had to have a copy. So you had to enlist a monastery full of monks, set them to work, and say, copy that. And you know what happens when you copy something? Mistakes will happen. Some monk will become creative, add some fancy content by himself, adding his personal note. Not something that you really like. So what to do about it? How to make the copying better? Gutenberg print was invited, and it was the first means of how to mass create documents. Okay, because you can repeatedly create them all the same. Cool invention, but one thing is missing: individuality. It's not, you cannot create individual documents. You cannot create individual letters for everyone. So how to create individual documents? Well, typewriter was invented. Because until then, individual documents had to be handwritten. So if I would create a handwritten document for you, I promise you, I would give you a hard time to read it because my handwriting is really bad, as most of people are. With a typewriter, I would be able to create a document that you really could read and quite fix. Okay. Still, there is room for improvement, right? Because you cannot mass produce those individual documents. Because if you want to create in many individual letters, that would take a lot of effort. One improvement of the typewriter is Microsoft Office. It's just an improved typewriter. It's an electronic typewriter. You have some way of creating mass documents, because you can export that Word document as a PDF, and you can send it to hundreds of people. Many of them would block you afterwards, probably, but you could do that. Okay, Microsoft Office. Still, what is missing, what is important here with the typewriter and the Microsoft Office, the people don't need to be very skilled to use it. So everybody can use Microsoft Word, basically. The creating of the golden bottle was a very, very high-skilled process. Yeah. Okay, how to create individual mass documents? Next invention would be subforms. You can use data from SCP to create many documents individually. So you can use subforms to create invoices and send them out to 5,000 customers or more. And every customer bought different products, so pays a different amount of money. So you have individual documents mass-produced. But also, there's a disadvantage. With Microsoft Office, you don't need skilled people to create these documents. With subforms, you do. Because to create a template in subforms, to create such a form, is not a very easy process. And then if you need additional data, for example, you want to create an offer and you want to include images of the products you have offered in that offer, and these images live on some document management system, would be hard to include. Or if you need to include some legal texts that are also kept in some document management system or in some legal system, hard to include. So I can offer the next evolution. Do it with Docs42, because then you design those templates in Microsoft Word. No skilled people anymore. So people with a basic understanding can do that. Still, you can mass create those documents, those 5,000 images to your customer right out of a SCP process. And you can integrate data from every source. The images of your product, the legal text, whatever need be. Okay? So this is where we are present day, and then the present day most used output format is PDF, of course. And not only PDF, there are a few details that we have to look at. First of all is conformance. This PDF document is a PDF-A document. What does it mean? It's archivable. What does it mean, archivable PDF? In that PDF, fonts are included, images are included. So everything that is needed to display this document is included right into the document. Meaning, if you use a certain font and after 20 years, it has been forgotten, Nobody uses this font anymore. And your grandchildren open that contract, that document, it will see it right in this font, even if it has been forgotten from everyone else. Okay, so it can be displayed independent infrastructure. The only thing they need is a browser, and we can agree upon that. Most people on Earth have access to a browser. Okay. Second one is the proof of authenticity. Is this document really from the one who sent it or who signed it? I mean, think of the Egyptian Hittite peace treaty that was encarved in the wall of the big temple of Karnak. Who else than the pharaoh could do that? He didn't do it by himself, of course, but he set people to work to do it. Nobody else would have the means to do it. So this is a proof for a document. How do you prove an employee contract that it has been signed by the employee? With a digital signature. You can add digital signatures to a document. You can individually check and see, okay, this is authentic. This has not been changed afterward. In terms of cybercrime, we meanwhile have viruses that change the IBAN, the international bank account number, in an invoice while you send it. Bad thing if the customer pays it, because then money is lost. With a digital signature, the customer would see, hey, this document has been tampered with. So this is a proof. Next thing is, we can include data in a document. With the Zugfahrt invoice, for example, we include an XML inside the PDF, and that XML holds the same data as the invoice, hopefully. So meaning that this invoice is human readable and it is machine readable. It can be processed automatically, an electronic invoice. Another way of interaction between a human readable document and machine is, for example, a QR code. You could use an invoice and put a QR code on it containing a SEPA tag that every online banking app understands. So the customer can just take his mobile, scan this QR code, and immediately pays because the data is in the app. So you have a lot of options where the classic PDF format can interact with modern electronic world. This is where we are present day, okay? So a lot of option that we have. I promised you that we go to the future as well. I promised you first that we will come back. No, hold that promise. Now we are going to the future. We won't go that far because nobody can. I'm not a prophet, neither you are. But we can look a bit. We have a glimpse of the future, okay? The farthest that the DeLorean goes. Let's see. What do we have to expect from the future? Well, who expected artificial intelligence? Okay, yes. Artificial intelligence is one of the big transformations we see right now. Same as is cloud. And there is cybercrime. I mean, as I said before, we have a hybrid war going on here. With cybercrime along comes the demand for sovereign clouds. So these are big transformations. And these big transformations, they can come overnight. With a little political change in a nice nation over the ocean, something changed overnight. Tariffs are included, and suddenly some economical models won't work anymore. So that can happen quite suddenly. Another thing is higher productivity through digitalization. When I've met my first girlfriend, I was 17 years then, we had to write letters, really handwritten letters. I would really love to have online meetings then, but they were not available back then. Okay, so you have much higher productivity through digitalization. And all of these trends, artificial intelligence, cloud, cybercrime, higher productivity, they lead to something. They push us in a direction where change is being faster and faster. Speed of change is going to increase dramatically. So that's for sure. Okay, we experience that right now, and that won't stop. Now, when we see change is speeding up more and more, how to adapt to that? What can we do to live up to that change? Well, let's go have a little look in the past again and consult a British gentleman who had created a very, very nice sentence about that, and we probably should observe that. Here he is. I'm talking nobody else than Sir Charles Darwin, who said, "It's not the strongest of the species that survives. It's not the most intelligent species that is the one to survive. It's the one that is the most adaptable to change." So for us, it's important to live up to this future, to be able to adapt to change quicker, to be faster, to be more flexible. Nobody can tell you what the future would bring. I cannot, nobody can. But what we see is change is coming, is quicker and quicker and quicker, and things become unpredictable anymore. So what we can do is to brace ourselves and be more flexible in terms of how can we do with artificial intelligence, cloud transformation? Can we be flexible, switch to the cloud, switch to on-premise, switch back? How can we prepare for cybercrime, for digitalization? Well, one option is, we are talking about documents anymore. If you use, for example, a tool like Docs42 for document creation, forms, you have no code and low code, meaning you can do changes faster. Because designing Microsoft Office means business users can do the job. They don't have to go to the IT department and say, I need some changes because some legal text had changed because the European Union issued something and we need to change all the text here. And the IT department says, okay, get yourself a budget, then we talk about it. And they get a budget next year. And you know what I mean? If they can do that themselves, they are faster. Then we cannot rely on the fact that all data we are going to process is always present in SAP. Because companies are merging. New systems are introduced. New systems are on the market. Suddenly, we have a document management system. We have a different CRM system. We have different systems we need to include the data from. Something that is hard to do with standard tools. However, with Docs42, you have standard data connections to everywhere. You are flexible. And by the way, if we talk about cloud, Docs42 is in the cloud. Docs42 is on-prem. We don't care where you use Docs42. It's the same tool. You can decide where you want to go. Because I strongly believe that it is important for a customer to be flexible, to decide where I want to run my IT. There are good points to stay on-prem. There are good points to go to the cloud. I would not push you in this or that direction. I would say stay flexible so that you can switch when it makes sense for you. I mean, there are so many big hyperscalers that want to push you to the cloud or push you somewhere. You can listen to them if you want. I would encourage you to make your own decision and say, okay, what makes sense for my company? And to be flexible in that decision, a good idea is to use tools that allow you to be flexible and so a tool that you can use here and there. Okay, next big question is, well, we have this wonderful artificial intelligence thing here. It can even create myself as a nice action figure. What an evolutionary step in mankind. How cool is this? Can we not use artificial intelligence for document generation? Why not? So throw out the Adobe Form services, no subscripts anymore, no Docs42. Artificial intelligence will do the job for us for all, and we got rid of it for good. Really? Well, artificial intelligence is intelligence. It is artificial, yes, but intelligence is there. Intelligence was always there to be creative, intelligence was never there to do something repetitive, always the same. This is not the idea where intelligence was invented for. So intelligence tends to be creative. That's the idea of intelligence. So do you like fancy hallucinations of artificial intelligence in your contracts, offers, invoices? We had created, you remember yourself, on a criteria, what is a document? And one of these criteria was it is legally binding. Okay? So when you have a fancy hallucination by artificial intelligence in your contract, that becomes legally binding. That can create a very, very cumbersome and dangerous situation for you. Please don't understand me wrong. I'm not against artificial intelligence. There are so many cool use cases of artificial intelligence for research, for creating content, for understanding human written communication and transforming that into a system. So there are abundance of cool use cases, and we are in a transformation here, and we will see tremendous things here, but not everywhere. Because document generation, at least mass document generation, is a repetitive process and it is a deterministic process. This is something where intelligence was not invented for. Okay? And then there are a few more things. Energy consumption. It was this week in the news that Meta is going to use additional nuclear power to power up artificial intelligence. Microsoft is going to fire up 3 Mile Island. The older ones of us remembered probably that 3 Mile Island was the only nuclear power plant in the United States that almost blew up. It was in 1979. It was the biggest nuclear accident in the United States. You can go to Wikipedia and Google that. It was shut down eventually after that. Now it will be powered up. I think in 2 years from now, Microsoft is going to power up one of the blocks, not the one that almost blew up, but the other one, to power artificial intelligence. Do we want it? My personal, not really. Second thing is cooling. Some Austrian scientists found out that for one conversation with ChatGPT, a conversation where you have a few answers. So it's not just one question, one answer. It's like 20 questions, 20 answers, something like that. It would consume about half a liter of pure water for cooling. Because the data center is huge and yeah, a lot of energy consumed. That energy transforms to heat, need cooling. So one of these conversations is roughly equivalent to a docgen. A docgen means creating a document. We need a table there. We need address data here. We need to query data from this table, from that table. We need to call a BAPI and so on. Okay, so this is roughly equivalent to a docgen. So we can calculate that 1 million docgens would consume 500,000 liters of water. This is a sports pool, 25 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 2 meters deep. Okay. On the Docs42 cloud platform, Docs42 Online, our customers are creating several millions of docgen every month. So I happen to be in Düsseldorf at the moment. I would love to be in Vienna, but unfortunately, I cannot, because Docs42 is at the moment sponsoring also a big event in Düsseldorf, and I happen to be there. And then after the keynote, I will return to this event. It's the Develop Summit in Düsseldorf. And Düsseldorf is, there's a big river, the Rhine. So with that need for cooling, even the Docs42 cloud platform, we could heat up the Rhine. Well, we would not be able to pay for it, of course, because these resources, they come with a price tag. This is not for free. Okay? And also it takes some performance. I mean, you can use it. Fire up your ChatGPT or your Copilot or whatever AI you're using and talk to it and let it create something. Then you will see it takes some time. Not much, but a few seconds, a few seconds, a few seconds. If you have a doc chain where you need to do several decisions, adding a table here, calling a BAPI, including data from there, always a few seconds, a few seconds, a few seconds. It will take a minute to create a document. And if you want to create 1 million invoices, a minute per document is too long because you would not be able to create it during 1 month. Speed is crucial. The 1 million documents, I'm doing the presentation from a laptop. I would be able, using Docs32, to create 1 million doc chains on that laptop. Okay, it would run for a day or two, but it would not heat up. I would not even use 1 glass of water for cooling, okay? So for a deterministic and repetitive process, AI is not the best idea. Okay, so far, cybercrime. This is a nice letter we have received, printed letter we have received recently. And we should pay for some governmental fee, something. The funny thing is that this Zentrale Zahlstelle Justiz, a governmental unit in Germany, uses an Irish international bank account number, which is strange enough, isn't it? Well, it's a scam, of course. It's not true. How to identify this? If that document had a digital signature, we could easily verify that it was not by the Zentrale Zahlstelle Justiz. Okay? So we think about, we had during this presentation, we had talked about the options we have in PDF format, PDF-A, digital signature, embedding data, XML, barcodes, QR codes. If you use that, this is also a means to tackle cybercrime. Okay? Well, then let's turn the DeLorean around again after our little power slide to the future and go back to ABAPConf in Vienna or wherever you might listen. If you happen to be in Vienna, then don't miss to talk to Regina and Johannes because they are present there and they also can talk a lot about the magic of document creation, forms, and they would love to talk to you. So don't miss to talk to them and connect. Yeah, with that said, dear Oliver, I might return the word to the studio in Vienna, Düsseldorf, over and out. So, Oliver?
Yes. Christian, thank you. I hope you heard the applause coming from the audience. Thank you for this keynote, this inspirational keynote about document generation and things we might have not thought about, like cybercrime, for example, in creating documents, possible interchange of those documents when sending out by virus or whatever. Yeah, the next thing would be the quiz.
No. First, do you have any questions? Because we have for some minutes, so I have prepared a microphone. Do you have any questions? What do you want to ask? No really questions? Okay, because then you can go to the next step, to the next part.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's say thank you very much to Düsseldorf. Thank you very much to Düsseldorf. Is it correct?
Yes, thanks a lot for having me. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was insightful. It was inspirational as you demanded it to be. Yeah, and enjoy the ABAPConf. I'm sure it is an absolutely great conference. Have fun and connect to the guys you see on screen, or you saw on screen, Regina and Johannes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So now the next thing would be the prices. If someone has not yet taken the quiz, there are the QR codes still hanging there. Don't take the ABAPConf QR code from back there. Just take the quiz code, fill out the form, and maybe in like 2-3 minutes we will decide the 5. I heard 3 more prizes, so we have 5 winners. 7. 5 additional. Okay. Wow. So almost everyone. They're on the way. Okay, but 2 minutes.
Yeah, take 2 minutes to scan this QR code and fill out the form. I think it's very easy. And then we will
for you.
And then we will celebrate the winners. So let's see. 5 minutes back here instead. Stop. Yeah. So before we can win this or get this famous prizes, LEGO, LEGO, and okay, I don't know exactly. So before we come to that, we want to say again thank you to our to the sponsors. Cadaxo and Docs42 this is the local sponsors for here, for Vienna.
Yeah, of course, from Mannheim, we have the location sponsors Brandes Consulting and Adventus for Hamburg and SAP for Dresden. So also a big applause for the sponsors there.
And we have additional sponsor. We have software as an online sponsor. We have RevTrack as online sponsor. They supported us a little bit. And also, and these are the additional prizes, we have some books from Rheinwerk Subpress. They should arrive in the next couple of minutes, hopefully. So, so thank you for all these online sponsors. So now it's your turn, and maybe you can come a little bit back because then you're in the stream as well. So this is the line.
Hi, stream.
Sorry.
Ah, sorry.
So okay. So maybe Johann oder ja. So thanks for the raffle. I know this is what you've all been waiting for. So Johannes has a fancy SharePoint a list, right? Where we'll draw our lucky winners of the Vienna location site raffle. And so drum roll, please.
Number between 3 and 47. 7. 7. Okay. So the first good news, number 7 has answered all answers correctly. And it would be Norbert Kehrer.
Yay!
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Oh yeah, can we Yes. Always a picture, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
The second prize is the mechanical aquarium sponsored by Cadaxo. And drum roll again.
Right. Again, this is the microphone I should use?
Yeah.
For the, should be? Okay. Then I need another one. Can you give me again a number between 3 and 40 and not 7? 30. 33. Okay, let's see. 33. All answers correct. As you know, the quality of management by Excel, we've all been there, yes. It would be Sarah Ferdan. Yay! It's again your comment, right? Not so fast. Thank you.
So now we have 5 books sponsored by the Rheinwerk Publishing. They are not there yet, so we will give numbers. Yes. Or shall we do a coffee break?
No, maybe you give numbers. It's a good idea.
Okay, yeah. So you gotta remember your number, and who the first 5 people that come up first, you'll get the So another number, please, from the audience.
A number for the list. For the list between 1 and 1?
16.
16. Mona Megesi. Yay!
I'm just the.
They will get
Yes. How many?
so 5 in total. So 4 more.
Can you give me 4 numbers right away?
Okay.
I will need to run.
12, 23,
23,
5,
5,
and 34.
34. Okay. So that would
Efficiency.
be 5 is Hans, Martina.
That's close.
Okay. So number 2.
Then we have Milan Glavic. Yay!
So the last 2 books.
Stefan Liersch.
Also tiny.
Oh, 34, we already had Sarah.
Maybe another
first,
number?
Can you give me one more number?
1.
1. It has to start with 3. 4. Okay. 4. Unfortunately, that will be Bettina test. I think she's
Okay. Okay, then that's 9. I think 9 is a good number.
9 is a good number. 9 would be Florian Kopp. I very much feel like those who know Lotto 6 aus 45.
Thank you.
That's kind of me today.
Okay.
So thanks for participating and congrats to the lucky winners or soon to be winners, it depends. And yeah, and enjoy your lunch break. No lunch break. Hold your horses.
And now I come back. It's maybe if you have time, can you? Oh, sorry. Are you able to come to stage? Because I think maybe we have some additional questions regarding the CES shows from yesterday. If not, then maybe we can go back again. But I have a question.
Okay.
That was Vincent. Yep. So, other questions in the audience regarding CES, CL. Okay, then I start with my first question because am I right? So you told us the Scala functions you can only use SQL script. This is correct. I understand it correctly. So there's no way to use ABAP, for example, or other languages.
So the SQL-based Scala function is implemented in an AMDP class with SQL script. There are also analytical Scala functions on the analytical engine, but that's a different kind of implementation. But for the SQL-based Scala function, there's the AMDP method with SQL script, and that's the way that you implement it.
But the difference to virtual elements is in virtual elements, you can use ABAP to whatever you want to do. And with this new function, Scala function, you have it in as a SQL script, but you have it in the database layer. And you can use it, for example, with select star. So this was for me the first important question. I think, Dom, you mentioned, or you had also a question regarding DCL or something like that. Maybe you can answer it, I don't know.
What I don't get is if you have a layer and you have an ECL for this CDS entity, and you create a CDS on top, then this ETL is skipped and it's not propagated to the projection on top. Is this by intention, or what is the reason behind this?
Yes, I think it's by intention, and in order to leverage the DCL also on the projection layer, you have to create corresponding projection DCLs, so to say. Yes, but I think it's intentional. So this layering model also applies to DCLs. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. Yeah. When I talk to people with my successful story, please use the CDS views instead of the tables. I always hear a question about performance. Is there a performance difference between handcrafted select joints versus consumption of CDS views?
You mean consumption via ABAP SQL? So let's say
I have written a CDS view construction with a few tables.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I expect some output from the consumption view.
Okay.
I can write the same logic with a handcrafted select in ABAP source. Is there a performance difference between them?
Not really. It's basically comparable. The idea behind putting the logic into one separate repository object is there's a central point where this logic is then defined and can be reused. So the work to think about writing a performant query only needs to be done once.
So it's like modularity in a way, and also like we see as views, there's also entity buffering, which enhances the performance, which you can use. So you have one central instance where you define your logic, in contrast to, I don't know how often you would reuse the query and put the select into whatever report you need.
And with buffering, you mean the feature you showed us yesterday. It's a new feature, which is not available in the regular on-premise system 2023, right?
Parts of it are actually available also.
Yeah, entity buffering exists for a while, right?
Yes. So when you remembered from the demo that we showed, we showed actually two parts of the buffering. So one part was to buffer the table or the table entity. And this is the part that is already available in 2023. The part where the buffer property was propagated to views on top, this comes with the next on-premise release. Yes.
Yes, please. About buffering, I was wondering if there is any issue when new data enter the database, and I read a CDS or some data which is already buffered. So the new data will be taken into consideration or just given because my data is buffered.
So your question is what happens when
new data entered before?
Yeah, of course. So of course, one task of the table of the buffering is to be invalidated when new data gets entered.
Okay.
And this is actually done if the data is entered via the ABAP layer. There are some, I mean, if you enter the data natively on HANA without the ABAP server knowing about this, then you can run into issues where the new data is not yet shown via ABAP access. But if you work via the ABAP database interface, then ABAP will take care of buffer invalidation.
Just when you use CDS as you example provider, or just the same table updated from different sources?
Also, when it's done from different sources, as long as exactly, as long as it's as the new data is inserted via the ABAP server, the buffer will handle this.
Okay.
I mean, of course, it's like it ensures the data integrity because, of course, if we buffer the view, that we have to invalidate the buffer if there's a new entry inserted.
Another question about buffering. We had buffering before in ABAP dictionary. Obviously, when defining the table, we could keep buffering, and usually the guideline was to do that for small tables that were changed, such as configuration type tables, etc. Kind of use it judiciously. Has that guideline changed? can we use it more freely, or does it stay the same type of
it basically stays the same. Even in the background, it's the same table buffer. There's just a different way at design time at how to declare an entity is buffered. But the same guideline applies. So it especially makes sense, as you said, for data that rarely changes, because if you buffer data, there will be an overhead because of buffer invalidation and stuff like that. So it makes sense for
multiple application servers, and the buffer must be synchronized.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, you can buffer where it makes sense if you have master data somewhere, and of course, so that guideline still retains the same.
I have a question. We have this old database CDS-based views, or database views. I think the new function will not be available for this old, where I'm just asking only for new CDS entities.
Yeah, it's an entity buffer, so the classic views where you have an actual SQL view on the database. No.
So
also when you for example, now start with table entities, you won't be able to build database views on top of that. So just use the stuff that's available in CDS.
It's CDS only data modeling. So of course, if we have a CDS entity below, then of course you would expect there's only CDS entities on top.
In the real world, we see a lot of database-based CDS was still there.
For sure.
But since 7.5.7, as far as I know, they are as obsolete. So
I mean, we don't support any new features for those as well, because you have to make a cut somewhere. And
is there migration? Can I migrate an old database CDS view to a newer CDS entity?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
Data.
There is a migration procedure actually.
It's a quick fix in RTT, so just click the button.
Okay.
Quick fix button and it's migrated.
Okay.
One question about custom entities and virtual elements. Are there any plans that they are supported in ABAPConf?
Not that I know. No. So if you look at a custom entity, it's as you said, it's really it doesn't have anything to do with a SQL artifact on a database. So it's just like a signature definition that you can use in ABAP and attach ABAP logic to it.
Yeah, but it's an entity, and I can connect on entities.
Not on every entity, but so custom entities would be an example. But there are no plans that I know of.
Further questions from the audience? Because for me, the most important questions I asked right now. So I think, okay, no questions? Then I would say thank you very much for the additional time right now. I hope that the lunch is prepared. I don't know exactly. We'll see. Should be prepared.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My side.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Just test. I'm sure it's working. So. Perfect. Okay. So, welcome back. It's a pleasure and an honor that we have Jelena here with us. She will tell us something about EWM and the magic in EWM for ABAPAS. So I'm really excited for the talk, and the stage is yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me to ABAPConf 2025 in beautiful Vienna. Pleasure to be here and share introduction into the magical world of SAP EWM for developers. Just a few words about myself. I'm Elena Perfilieva. My official title is Expert SAP Developer, which unfortunately doesn't make me expert in EWM specifically. I work for a company called Mindset Consulting. It's a company in the United States with headquarters in the state of Minnesota. I have been doing ABAP for 20 years. This year is anniversary. I have done a lot of ABAP work, obviously, before EWM. And what I will talk about today is based on the projects that I have been working on for just over a year now. So in terms of EWM, again, I'm not an expert. I talk to many people here who know a lot more about it than I do. So if you see something and you would like to just chime in, please raise your hand and we will share the presentation with you. And I'm known as a book author. I have written 2 books. One is ABAP Introduction with SAP Press, and earlier book is What on Earth is an SAP iDoc, which is about iDocs. And for this presentation, I would like to give special thanks to my colleagues, Vijay Manem, for his feedback and EWM expertise, and Cord Briesmeister, my also colleague from Mindset, for our endless conversations on Slack and just commiserating about EWM and other stuff. Shameless self-promotion. I also part of the Boring Enterprise Nerds kind of project. We were still not clear how to define who we are exactly. We do have YouTube channel and we do have Boring Enterprise Nerdletter. I would invite you to subscribe to both and hopefully ask your friends as well. And for everyone in the audience, subscription is mandatory. So yeah, please just follow through. So what this session isn't what it is not. It is just barely an introduction into SAP EWM world, and it's meant specifically for ABAP developers, for both complete beginners in ABAP and everything, but also for experienced developers like myself who are just maybe not familiar with EWM at all. It is based purely on my own real-life experience and impression. And obviously, it's not going to be some kind of comprehensive overview of EWM, because otherwise we would need like a 5-day event, I think, for that alone, most likely. So this is just kind of a little appetizer if you want to or interested in EWM world. Items that we will talk about today so that you can keep track, like how far are we. We start with what on earth is SAP EWM, just a quick overview. Then we will talk about some of the non-ABAP stuff, which I think is important for developers to know. We will talk about frameworks. If we have time, we may pick into customer development example. If not, I do have materials for that. We will finish with some tips, information sources, and just a quick conclusion and call to action. All right, so let's start with what the heck EWM is. It is extended warehouse management. There was an old WM solution in SAP. If you're like me, have 20 years of experience, you might have worked with it before. I worked with it in my very first SAP project. It was warehouse management, special module. And EWM, surprisingly, is not like WM on steroids, like some people think. It's actually pretty different product. It is replacing WM, but funny enough, when I was looking for information for this presentation, I found surprisingly there is yet another totally different product or solution, something from SAP that somehow is also called WM. So there is, I think, a little bit of confusion around all the different warehouse-related products. EWM related to SAP SCM, supply chain management. Again, back in the days, you might have seen it in some companies as a separate installation, additional to your core ERP system, so that it has kind of roots in it. And EWM can be implemented as just embedded in your S/4HANA system, or as a standalone system, completely separate installation, which is called decentralized. And decentralized option is the one that we have on our project. But I would say, other than interfaces, I think core functionality is probably pretty much the same. And this is based only on EWM in S/4HANA on-premise or in private cloud. About other versions, I honestly don't know anything about. So my first impression of EWM, I think, very clearly depicted by this image. I again had lots of ABAP experience before this project, and when I was told that I will be on EWM project soon, I thought, well, you know, how bad could it be? It's just another module. I know ABAP, and I worked with WM before. I worked with ZFI, and to be honest, in my whole career, I have never experienced a situation when, as an ABAP developer, I would need some kind of special training or something just to work with some module where ABAP is involved. There, of course, there are always differences, different tables, different models, different APIs or whatever, but I would say EWM is just so different from everything you have encountered before that just be ready for this very kind of lots of strangeness to hit you when you start on your EWM project. Don't be surprised. So a second impression, when I got a chance to just dig into it a little bit more, I thought what EWM kind of reminds me of. And it's a bit of a story, but bear with me, it's going somewhere. So this is a picture from very popular Soviet animated movie for the kids. It's a fairy tale. It's a story about this little boy who met a stray cat, and his parents would not allow him to keep a cat. So the boy took a cat and they both ran away into the countryside. And they found abandoned home in that countryside. And then they got a dog as well. And now the boy is writing a letter to his parents to let them know that he's fine. So this is not child endangerment story. This is kind of kids story. So the boy starts writing a letter here, and then you see open window. And after he writes just a few lines, he sees in this window that cow outside started to chew on the laundry that was hanging out to dry. So he sees it, he runs away, and the next scene is cat walks in, and cat sees this letter. So cat is like, okay, I'm gonna add more to it. So cat writes a little bit more in the letter, and then third the dog comes in, and now the dog writes something in the letter. Then letter gets mailed. And here you can see letter received by the parents of the boy, and this is his dad. And mom is not in the picture because mom started reading it and she just fainted after a few lines. And so the result of letter was like this: dear mom and dad, I'm doing fine. I live with my cat in the country house, but recently my paws started to hurt, and my tail feels like it's falling apart. But on the bright side, my old fur just shedded, so now I have new fur growing, and it's all very silky and soft and smooth. So his parents' reaction, it's pretty much also how some people feel about EWM. So long story short, honestly, I feel like EWM maybe was created something like this. Like one team came in, they did something, another team did something, then third team did something, and then the result is what we see right now. So that's kind of my impression of how it is. However, it's really not it's really not so bad. At least, you know, that gives us very nice job security. So there is a bright side to this as well. All right, so let's talk a little bit about non-ABAP stuff first. If you have never been in the actual warehouse, I definitely encourage you to try and visit one because they're really fascinating places. There are very different warehouses for different goods. there is what is called warehouse topology, this structure of organizing storage. It starts with warehouse itself, then storage type, section, and storage bin. It's a kind of lower level of where the goods are stored. And you can see that bins can be very different. This one, the blue one, is a very small one for small goods, but bins can also be very, very big for large pallets, etc. Warehouses can store goods of very different size and weights, also fast versus slow moving. Some goods are spoiling, like food, for example. Some are regulated, like pharmaceuticals, or maybe like liquor in the US especially. So there are many challenges, many solutions as well in EWM just to handle warehouse operation. It's really kind of fascinating place. I like warehouses myself. I'm always interested in operations. Just like any SAP module, there are processes in warehouse as well. There are inbound processes, such as put away of goods that have been purchased and are coming in. Maybe some customers returning stuff, so that's coming in as well. Outbound is more familiar to anyone who worked with SD. That's pick, pack, goods issue, sending goods to customers. There is a strange kind of hybrid process, which is called cross-docking, where trucks might just kind of come in, but also come out in some way. There are some processes related to production where raw materials are brought in and stored maybe for some time, and then finished goods are brought into the warehouse for distribution. Internal processes as well. Replenishment, it's maybe moving goods from one bin to another just to more efficiently pick them. Quality inspections, physical inventories, that type of thing. So these are kind of very high level, very typical processes you will be dealing with. Integration, again, for everything in SAP integration, hugely important. What I found just very little bit surprising, that there are lots of iDocs that are used in EWM for communication with different systems. It may be more in decentralized scenarios that we're dealing with, because we do need to bring all the data from the core ERP and send data back. So most of it's still happening through iDocs. So iDocs are not going anywhere, and I guess I will have good sale for my second book as well for some time to come. There are, so just some kind of throwing some buzzwords here. There is what is called core interface, or CIF, and queued RFC calls between your core ERP system and EWM to exchange master and transactional data as well. There are some kind of systems for warehouse automation. I'm not going to talk about this in detail, but I thought it would be good to mention. MFS, material flow systems, is used for like big conveyors, automate warehouse automation, pick by voice. It seems to be preferred way, at least from what I read. And interestingly, it does use ABAP push channels. ABAP push channels is very interesting technology that it's been around for some time, but I honestly haven't really found much use of it in SAP for some reason. So it was interesting to see it used here. And there is EWM WCU warehouse control units, which I think I couldn't quite get if it's older, replaced by MFS, but it is essentially alternative to implement this integration. I do have links here, and I have been told that slides will be shared. So links are for good blog posts on the SAP community, where you can find really good practical information for these systems. One other thing, it's not integration per se, but we do deal a lot with strange devices in EWM. So there are RF devices, which we'll talk about just in a second. There are those annoying label printers that never work quite well. And so, yeah, all kinds of little devices that ABAP developers sometimes don't deal with in other modules. Frameworks. So lots and lots and lots of frameworks in EWM. Again, I mean, dog and cat did their part. And I will just cover just a few examples of, I think, the most popular ones. So radio frequency, warehouse management monitor, and post-processing frameworks. Talking about radio frequency, or RF, it is used to develop this very kind of simple, very utilitarian transactions for this special RF devices. And it can run in SAP GUI or in a browser. including mobile devices. So example here is one of them is handheld RF gun, which has, you can see, very teeny tiny screen. So it does require a special approach in developing screens for it. But you can also use actual cell phones or devices more like tablets. And there are many companies that sell those specialized devices to use in warehouses because, as you know, workers, first of all, devices need to be very kind of resilient, not easy to break. And then workers just do very fast, very limited operations. They don't need the whole like Fiori screen necessarily. They just need to punch buttons or read barcodes very, very quickly. So there is some kind of peculiarity when it comes to these devices. And here is just totally random examples what those screens look like. And we can totally test them and access them in SAP GUI. It usually starts with a menu like that. This is just standard menu where the users would just tap on those items or use buttons, keys on the device. Then they might go into another screen with more information where they might need to fill in some data or just keep kind of punching buttons or reading barcodes and entering data this way. And sometimes there are several screens to go through. What I found interesting is that when you go into GUI transaction to work with those screens, like to test them as a developer, for example, you don't really get the same navigation like you have normally in like all DINPRO screens. You have to rely on functional keys. And here are just a couple of tips, which keys do what in this kind of strange RF universe. Navigation is just very, very peculiar. And what menu has and what screens are available, that is largely determined by configuration. So our functional friends can configure whatever they like in here. Mostly it's not just completely custom. So mostly there are some standard screens, some custom screens are added, etc. And we will look at the configuration in just 2 slides. So transaction to go and visit those screens is SCWM, which is pronounced Schwim sometimes, RFUI. If you see screen like that instead of the nice menu, it means that you RF essentially doesn't know where to send you. You need to assign some values to your user ID using these transactions, or I found it sometimes easier just to ask someone and they will tell you what to do instead of trying to understand this universe. So in terms of development, it's the same kind of boring DINPRO, very old-timey ABAP DINPRO approach. However, the main difference, I would say, is if you, for some reason, would work with all DINPRO screens, you would go into PAI and PBO module, you would do something there directly, right? Here, the main difference is you don't go and break into the module, but instead you work on the function module, and then there is separate function module for PAI, separate for PBO, and then those function modules are called by configuration at appropriate times. So that's the main difference. And if user does something, that's passed to the application as some kind of function code. So very kind of super high level, but also limited view of configuration pieces. But I just wanted to show you that, let's say, every item is assigned some kind of identification called, like this is logical transaction configuration. And then steps also have some kind of identification. And you can also use different personal and display profiles, etc. But eventually it arrives at screen and program name or function module name somehow through the step. So if sometimes you go into that RF UI universe and you just try to navigate through the screens and you don't understand where the heck is this function module coming from and what exactly is called, configuration is usually a place to go. But if you don't feel like digging into configuration, again, asking our functional friends, it's always a good approach. And development, there is really not much to talk about ABAP-wise. As usual, function module development is kind of the same. Lots of global data, which can be good, can be terrible. If it's useful, it's good. But if someone forgets to clean something, it's terrible. etc., etc. Sometimes you do need, for example, to get data that is not on the screen you're working with. So you have to call this strange function to get, for example, warehouse somehow. And then there is global class, CLRF, DLL services, which provides some of the functionality that sets RF. So kind of strange hybrid of some of the classes, class methods, function modules. However, this is a type of development we have done in our project. But as I was reading about it, I found there is actually a new enhancement spot. Here's the name. It's available from S4HANA 2021. I just briefly looked at it. It seems okay, and it may actually replace this terrible function module universe. I don't know. We're just not using it. But I think good point to make here is that sometimes we maybe inherit some ABAP development from teams that started project, or from someone who have been doing EWM for a very long time and they learned something and they just keep doing the same thing. But I think it's important to be informed what changes are being made, what is new functionality being introduced by SAP, because they still work on SAP WM solution. They still kind of add something, new bodies, maybe enhancement points, maybe different frameworks, who knows. So keep in mind that something that works not necessarily the best or the latest greatest. There is a saying, it's not stupid if it works. It's to some extent it's valid, but just keep an eye on changes and make sure that you use something that's appropriate for your system, not just something that just works for 20 years. Any questions about RF universe? Yeah, but if you worked with WM before, you will be somewhat familiar. However, it's not exactly the same as it worked before, so some differences. Warehouse Management Monitor, it's a very popular item. It also has many enhancement options for the developers. And I just wanted to show you a few highlights from it. So it is a transaction Schwim Monitor, MON. It's kind of a holy grail of SAP management. It's very big transaction from which you can do pretty much everything. I've heard it's very popular in the projects, and especially used by warehouse managers, power users. In many examples, warehouse can be actually almost completely automated. It was like that in our project. So there are not that many workers inside the warehouse, and most activities are done from this transaction. So when you open this transaction, and this is just standard one, you can see on the left-hand side, there is a typical ALV hierarchy from which you can pick what you want to do. Like, for example, in this case, we have open outbound documents, and then let's say where we want to look at outbound delivery orders. Then what you will see next will be this little selection screen pop-up. And this pop-up is actually also customizable, can be enhanced, etc., etc. Left-hand side is all fully customizable through configuration. So that will be functional part, not really ABAP, but ABAP might be, let's say you need to add some kind of additional validation to the selection screen, or you need to add additional fields. So that is done through the ABAP, and there is designated space for it. And what happens next after you made selection, right-hand side opens, and it's ALV grid. As usual, there can also be smaller grid, which maybe gives you more detail at the bottom, which is not shown here. And in that, again, everyone probably worked with ALV grid, so that's actually awesome. That's the first time you will feel like finally, thank God, something I'm familiar with. So in this part, another option that you have is to select one or multiple items on the grid. And then there is a button which, I'm not sure it's a proper name for it, like actions or something like that. So these are actions that you can do with the selected items. And all this stuff is also customizable, and you can add your own custom actions. And so this is where quite a bit of ABAP development is happening. But all of this is usually, again, function modules or classes methods. So nothing really super extreme. And just to show you, this is configuration view of that same monitor tree, which you can access through SPRO. And then if you select, let's say, a node here, it interestingly shows a lot of
technical information. For example, function modules that associated with it, table type, which would be table type representing that ALV grid that we just saw, even DINPRO programs, etc. So very interestingly, we can see a lot of technical information here as well. And this is something that I saw in the book. It said that this monitor application is modeled as framework in this package. However, when I looked at this package, honestly, I couldn't quite figure out what exactly they meant by this. There is how-to guide, though, for warehouse monitor enhancements, which probably has like 100 pages in it, but it is at least available, so it covers a lot of information about how to enhance all the different parts of the monitor, because pretty much everything you saw on the previous slides, all of it has some kind of points to customize, to enhance. And this is just I wanted to show you a very random example of how it was implemented in our project before us. That's what we inherited from the team that started the project. So in this case, it is a custom action. So in the dropdown that we just saw, functional person configured custom action, and that said, okay, give us functions that's going to do X something. And all of those function modules, they are the same. They do have two import parameters. One is warehouse. You will learn that warehouse is a huge deal. Without it, you cannot do anything, pretty much. Everything you need to do something, you need to start with getting what warehouse we're dealing with. Hugely important. And then it is receiving very generic. You see type, standard table, internal table, IT data. And the first thing you do with it is you need to somehow kind of assign it to the correct table types that actually physically used. And where do you get the table type? Sometimes possibly from the configuration piece that I showed you. Sometimes just have to look at ALV grid, what the heck table type it's using. Because with generic standard table, you can't really do anything. I mean, you can just move it as whole, but you cannot read specific record. You cannot parse any data from it. So I'm not sure if this is the best way to do it, but this is a way to do it, just using field symbols to assign generic table to the type that I can use. So if in the code that would follow this input table, which would have specific type, then you can read anything from it. Usually you don't need to change anything. So very typical use for it is to perform something additional with the item selected. For example, someone selected, let's say, outbound delivery, and we want to perform some kind of, I don't know, update custom table for this delivery. So you will know from here which line was selected by what data is in this table. So if table has just one record, it's only one item was selected. User selected 10 items in ALV grid, you get 10 records. So from here, you can do validations. You can say, hey, bro, you cannot select 10 items. You need to select just one. Then you can just check how many entries are there. And you can just get the key value, let's say document number, something, some kind of ID, and then do pretty much whatever you need with it. So it's just totally isolated function module. All right, any questions about monitor? So monitor is actually something that I found the easiest part to understand and work with, just purely from the functionality because it's all ALV. And post-processing framework, I'm not going to go into like ABAP development details here, but it is for what is called generic execution of functions and processes. It can trigger what's called actions, which correspond to ABAP code. And if you have worked with message kind of control before in the core ERP, which was based on a transaction called NACE, N-A-C-E, so this condition type message processing, if you're familiar with that, I think you will find some familiarity in PPF as well. It kind of considers successor of that old approach. It's not using function as much as anymore. It's more object-oriented, but in essence, it kind of performs very similar functions. You will see that typical use cases are pretty much the same. Printing is very popular one. or sending messages to other systems, asynchronous updates, everything that we have done with output before in ECC or in Core RP is done with PPF now. All right, so let's see. Okay, so I think we will have time to look at the example. There are some strange things in EWM that you will find. For example, data elements, they might have the same name, but they are not really the same. Like ABAPers, we do know our data elements by heart. Like I can point at anyone, like what's data element for customer? I'm gonna tell me it's that Kunaner. And for the warehouse, for example, we are already familiar with this LGNum data element, but in EWM, it's Schwim prefix. It's always some kind of prefix there. So don't go in assuming that it's exactly the same. And prefixes are strangely inconsistent. So sometimes it's at Schwim, sometimes /scdl, or even SAP APO, and this is where I'm kind of guessing that, again, dog and cat situation. So one of them use that prefix, another one. It's really, there is no rhyme or reason. You just shrug and go with the program. Some purely terminology that you are maybe familiar with, again, from core system. It's, you see the same words and you might think, oh, outbound delivery, I know, finally something I know, but it's not the same. There is usually some representation that is internal to EWM of some of the core RP concepts. So in this case, like outbound delivery and outbound delivery order is actually somehow important distinction, which can be mind-blowing sometimes. And what I also found very interesting, because for reading data, I would say in classic ABAP, we would just, we would just go with reading tables. We would just select from whatever table we need. Even function modules or classes, I would say, kind of seldomly used to read data, just because we know tables, we have access to tables, it's faster, everyone knows SQL, it's powerful, so we just go and read whatever we need. However, in EWM, sometimes at least, you may need to use special functions and classes. And I think it's because there is a lot of buffering that filled in that is kind of internal to EWM, where especially in some cases, it's actually terribly important. It just wasn't important for us in our specific project. There might be something going on, and you might be writing some code that is kind of part of the larger process. So do not expect data to actually exist in the database that you would think exists there. It might still be living somewhere, I don't know, in the nebulous memory of something, some server. And just make sure that to find what is correct approach for you and use that. Honestly, we many times just read tables because we just got really frustrated with doing this the right way. And it's like when it's not working, but you need to deliver something by Friday, or just screw it. Okay, I'm just going to select whatever and move on. But try to avoid it if possible. All right, so let's see. Okay, so we have a few minutes. Let's see if this works. Nope. Does it? Oh, it worked, right. So I didn't want to go into the depths of code, but what I did before this conference, I posted a blog on SAP community that is very long, and it has example attached to it. It's available on GitHub. It is completely isolated program example that does outbound delivery order creation in EWM. I found that this subject is not covered by how-to guides or by existing materials. And so I knowing that I will be presenting at the conference and might not have time to share lots of code. If you're interested in EWM development, this is a pretty typical example of how development is done. So let's just take a look at my GitHub example here for maybe like 5-10 minutes. Let's see, can we get larger? Okay, so I do have very elaborate comments here for the purpose of demonstrating the code. To work with outbound delivery orders, there is a separate I don't know, framework or something. It's a set of service provider classes, essentially, and you need to call them in a very specific way. If you are like me, you're used to working with BAPIs, for example, it is a freaking nightmare to use these service providers because they don't really work the same way. And the most frustrating part of it is if you found the BAPI, like say sales order creation, you can see everything that you need for it. So you expect, BAPI expects some header information, partner information, you can see it. It's available to you, it's visible in the signature. With this service provider, everything is separate methods and everything is aspect, and you just have to somehow figure out how it works. The way we figured it out, it was Googling, we found how to guide kind of late when we were already struggling with this. And we found that how to guide, unfortunately, doesn't have code example for this specific case. It has everything else. It has no code example for creation. So there is nothing. And this specific program, it was started by my colleague, Kurt, who got a shout out at the beginning. And then he went on vacation and I inherited this program from him. And unfortunately, it wasn't working originally, but we had to finish it. So I spent 2 excruciating days of just purely trial and error doing this. And unfortunately, this is a lot of how ABAP development happens in EWM. You're just lost and you're just trying to kind of trying to push it in. So, all right, so steps here, we start with setting up message box reference. Why do you need this message box? That's where the error messages are going to be. So you want to see those error messages, you need to start with that. Then next is just, you're just instantiating, I think, service provider. Can you see, guys, that okay? I can make it larger. Okay. Larger? Okay, yeah, sure. Let's see. Okay. Can I? No, I can move this one. Okay. Is that better? Yeah, I can. All right, so this is maximum what I can do. All right, so message box first is just simple instantiation. Delivery service provider, names really don't sweat it. Some of this is just purely technical, so just go with something simple. And you can see message box is passed here as an object. And we start with specifying what is called document category, which is outbound delivery, PDO. Mode classic, I have no idea what it's for, but it was used in the examples, and it doesn't work without it. All right, then this step is somehow important. It was also in the examples, and it's like, oh, this kind of starts logical unit of work, I think. I really don't know, but you put warehouse here. So remember I said everything, warehouse super important. Exactly, you always start with this warehouse. Okay, warehouse. So we are doing outbound delivery creation in this warehouse. Okay, let's go. So after that, it's kind of somewhat similar to BAPI document creation. Header is first. And what you do here is let's see. So this first one is just sets up information in that headers in what is that structure or internal table. We specify document type, document category, which may not be needed, but I left it here, and it's manual creation in this case, so that's just kind of boilerplate code. And then you call the method insert of the delivery service provider class. And to this method, you give, here is my header, and here is a very strange aspect name. What the heck is this aspect? Honestly, I never heard word aspect used here in ABAP. I was super confused. I think you can think of it as kind of data model, maybe of sorts. That's how I view it, because honestly, just the pure usage of word aspect is super confusing by itself. And then what we expect to get back from this insert method is what is called out record. So it's kind of, it gives us data back. I have no idea why, I don't really need it. Then it's going to return the flag rejected. And it will also supposedly returns internal table like BAPI return, something similar. However, when you run it, you will find that if you get an error if it doesn't work, what you will get as a result, rejected is just a flag, true, false. So rejected will be set to X, means like not if there was a problem, but there will be nothing in this return code. So it doesn't work like BAPI return at all. If you want to see actual error messages, we go to our message box friend, and then we dig there and try to find in that object where the actual messages are. So give us the messages. All right, so that's what I essentially state here. I found it absolutely useless, but I think it's required parameter. So if you get rejected, then you try to get messages from here, and this is just a standalone test program that you can use. I tested it in a template system. It runs, but you may need to just make adjustments. All right, and okay, so if sometimes you also get so that headers out that method returns, it's not supposed to be empty. This is code that was there before me, and I just kept it just in case, to be honest. So since we are starting creation, strangely enough, we already get document ID, which is unique ID for this document, from this method. And in core ERP system, we sometimes would have that, but you would get like temporary number, like $, one something, but this is actually a real number. So data is not committed obviously to the database yet, but number at least looks kind of legit. And you will use that number in all the next parts. All right, so next parts are kind of slightly easier. We just adding parties. Parties are like partners, so nothing special. But I did found difficulties with filling in this data. I have no idea. It just didn't work. It always was complaining about some location. And I found this on SAP community, that this is how you can get location. When I put it in, it finally worked. Again, very many strange things. And okay, this is filling in. Lots of code, lots of just filling in your structures, tables, relation key, which is a whole different story. And then again, the same. Delivery service provider, insert some other aspect, relation records for no reason, and then here are my partners. And again, the same thing with getting stuff back. You get the same structure back for no reason. You get rejected and useless return code. So again, I have error processing here. Then reference documents. That wasn't really needed, but I have no idea why when I tried to skip this, I got a strange error message. So this is purely just very strange code to fill in some kind of references related to the warehouse and tables, but I do suspect this might be specific to the decentralized TWM system, so I don't know. All right, so let's see. Then HU handling units. In very similar fashion, you prepare your structure or internal table, and then you call delivery service provider. Another insert. Again, here comes my data. Here comes strange aspect number. We have relation here because it's relation to the header, essentially. And again, rejected return codes, etc. Finally, we arrive at save. So the same delivery service provider, save, strangely, only gives you back rejected or not. So if it's not rejected, you just go ahead with commit. However you prefer. I did simple comments here. If not, then you again go to messages setter. Hugely, another important part. Always do cleanup. You have no idea how much mess was created and pain and suffering was created by simply forgetting about this accidentally. I saw people do this obsessively in the code, sometimes for kind of no apparent reason, but I would say, you know what, if in doubt, just rather include this, because accidentally missing this line can cause you like a week of work easily. All right, so finally, here, because data is in database, I try to read here and get clear enough. All right, so that's kind of a pretty painful example of how stuff works. All right. Sorry. See. Okay, sorry, I was in the right place. And okay. All right, let's see. So we have just about 5 minutes. So just some tips to improve performance in EWM projects. Parallel processing is used quite a bit here. Most of it is set up in Spro, thankfully, so not much we need to do like custom ABAP for, but sometimes we do need to implement also parallel processing in ABAP. It's not any different than if you dealt with it before, you will be familiar with it. As always, less data means better performance, not just having data in the database, but reading from it, etc. There is a lot of logging in EWM for everything, which is actually useful. However, it's using the same application log like an original system. I forgot the name, SLG something. But if you don't need it, sometimes it's better to deactivate it because excessive logging can cause its own issues and just clog down your system. Those PPF, those functions, those PPF actions that we talked about, sometimes some of them are just delivered out of the box and people just keep them, but it's better to stop them if they're not needed. It's more of a functional task, but it's for, everything ends up as a problem for ABAPers. So I think it helps to know a little bit about possibilities, even it's not directly ABAP development. Tips purely for ABAP development. This is not specific for EWM, but this is just based on my experience in this project. Talk about package structure. In many cases, people just create one package, Z custom code, and just dump all the stuff in it. And then you can find anything, and there is no rhyme or reason to what's where. It's sub-packages doesn't cost you anything. You can create as many as you like. They are super helpful in organizing your objects because then you know, for example, this is for monitor and this is for RF or this is for specific part of it. It's very, very easy to organize your code. It's really, I think, one of the best things, strangely not very known. Agree on naming early, and by naming, I don't really mean like agreeing on like whether you're gonna do like ZCL, EWM or something. But what happens, especially in the new projects and decentralized system, you start with essentially nothing custom there. And then someone comes in and they name their class ZCL utilities, which is a cool name. It's a very useful generic name. And it is a class that you probably are going to need because everyone needs utilities like conversions, something, message processing. But then it turns out that it's not really that. The class actually does something different, but they have taken really nice name for it. And we ran into the same issue in other projects where developers just took a really good name and used it in something that doesn't match the name. And then later we're like, God damn it, like, why did they use this name? We could have used it right now, but now it's taken. And in EWM, it's very difficult to rename stuff because all the connections to configuration, all those functions go somewhere and that's it. That's the end of story. You're stuck with this name, never going to rename it again. Agreeing on exception handling, it's also very helpful. We always start with super simple exception class. That's actually a good topic for maybe presentation sometimes at ABAPConf about exception classes. Again, yeah, utility classes, you're going to need them. So try to think about what code you want to reuse and just share and try to do that. Keeping it simple, always winning principle. There is never you can go wrong with it. Right, so some of the sources, the best source is SAP Pressbook, EWM with SAP S/4HANA, really super useful. I definitely recommend it. And EW documents on SAP Help website. So let's see if I can try to click on it. Okay, so I just want to point out that this lives in help.sap.com, but /docs. And there is help itself for EWM, which I found totally not helpful at all. However, documents are kind of a parallel universe within help website. And this is where useful stuff is, but you will never find this if you don't know where to look. And super useful stuff hiding, check this out. It's hiding in the additional information how-to guides. This is super important for developers. So this is hugely helpful. Good luck finding it ever. Right, and there is also EWM kind of wiki. It started as SAP community wiki, but then SAP said no more community, no more wiki. They took it and put it into support additional content, so it lives there right now. And I also have direct link to that PDF in case it gets moved. And there is a very short course on Udemy. If you would like to get just very nice overview of EWM, from not going too deep into configuration, anything. It's very short, concise, nicely done, nice course. All right, so in conclusion, what I would like to kind of ask of you is, you know what's happened with SAP community websites, but I think SAP community, lowercase community, it's us. It lives on regardless of what happened with the platform itself. And it's on us to help each other. So I think the only way to survive any EWM project is just to find help from others. And then in turn, I hopefully you will find it in your heart, maybe help others as well. Because all those little posts on SAP community, they have been really helpful to me. But I do feel that we simply cannot rely on SAP anymore to support us with any information, because documents gets gone, they get hidden, SAP community gets destroyed, we cannot find anything. So I honestly believe we should maybe build some kind of alternative SAP community with blackjack and hookers, as they say, maybe something on GitHub, or I don't know, some kind of repository that is not owned by SAP and cannot be destroyed by SAP. Because we do need something to support each other. I talk to many developers, everyone struggles individually, but all the struggle is essentially the same. So if we don't help each other, as I say, it takes a village. We do need to kind of maintain our digital village. So I ask all of you to think how you can contribute to that, how you can be a good villager and help your colleagues, and then together we will be stronger. So that's my closing statement. Thank you so much for attending and suffering through EWM session. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for this inspiring and wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
So I think we will have some questions. So please, and we have also the mic.
Hi. Not really a question, more like a thank you. As someone who did a lot of development on SAP APO, I see a lot of similarities, especially using core interface, async messages, which make debugging a hell, random logical units of work, and incoherent buffering, and also no resources on any of that. So you're just calling random function modules and hope for the best. And so thank you for bringing awareness to this collective trauma.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Another question.
Well, everyone is just blown away.
No, I have a question. I saw, there are a lot of sub GUI, ETS, and a little bit, let's say, old stuff.
Yeah.
The last days we talked about TDS, SCAP, and so on. Is there something? Do you see something in the future for EVM?
Yeah.
In the direction of your
So yeah, we EWM is, I think, a little bit peculiar in that area. Is that warehouse workers, they don't really need Fiori application, to be honest, because they are working with those devices. They don't need anything fancy. They truly need those purely utilitarian screens. So that's all they need for. And there are standard Fiori applications which we discussed with this specific client. They were not really interested in it because they saw that monitor, it's awesome, can be customized, it's cheap to develop. So, I mean, who needs Fiori? They don't need to train their people on Fiori. So it exists there, but I think it may be just used maybe less than in other modules, just because how business users work with this solution. So there are lots of people doing very limited operations with it. It's not like finances, for example, where your accountant looks at Excel spreadsheet and maybe some kind of dashboard, etc. Warehouse is not really like that. There might be more. It depends on the project. Maybe people are doing more with this in other projects. In this one, honestly, no CDS views were harmed in the creation of this at all. In some, to be honest, this client didn't even make Eclipse available to us at all, which is another, I think, problem that we talked about just yesterday. You're okay, here is SubGUI. Okay, well, that's what we use then. Yeah.
So for example, if I'm just a classic developer, I know the functions, maybe ABAP and so on, then I can start in an EWM project.
You'll be right at home, but that kind of double-edged sword, because then some developers, they have been doing this for a while, and they just keep doing the same thing, and that means that you might not be learning yourself, and that also you're getting behind other developers who are working with REP and CDS views and other more modern technology, and you just are not getting exposed to it at work, where most learning happens. It can be dangerous territory. So if we just talked about it, it's perfect for someone close to retirement. So if you don't want to learn anything new, you want to work with function modules and classes, it's perfect. Awesome. So it's awesome job.
So that means, do you think also it's not a good idea to create some new stuff, for example, in an EWM project, a wrap object or a UI5? Should we still work with the traditional?
If occasion calls for it, then do. But in this case, we are limited by what's available by SAP, really, because again, this client wanted RF screens for their RF devices. How do you do them? Well, not with REP, I tell you that. Then they wanted to use monitor because they love this transaction. How is that done? How is that enhanced? Not with REP either. We could have created CDS views, I think, for a few applications, but again, we didn't have Eclipse, so it's not like we actively did not want. But yeah, and I'm honestly not really sure what SAP's own plans for EWM. Where are they going with it? What's the strategy? Like, what are good use cases? That just, I think, general lack of information is impacting any work in EWM a lot. So yeah, if there is anyone from SAP like watching, like, hi, maybe go out and tell us more about your plans. What are you doing? And don't just drop stuff internally and think that everyone finds it. Just
Okay, we try to ask SAP. But I have still a question. So I heard about it that EWM is mandatory for customers who wants to work with warehouse. Is this correct?
It's
in SAP.
It's probably kind of yain.
For a big warehouse, yes. For a small warehouse, you can use the
stockroom, something. So old WMs that I worked with 20 years ago, that's been discontinued for sure. That is just not gone out of support. That's gone. So if you want something really elaborate, you have to use EWM or something non-SAP. There was WM and inventory management, like small tiny module IM before. So some kind of successor to that still lives, I think, in S/4HANA. So if you don't need bean management, you don't need any of this automation or whatever, you don't need anything, you still can use very limited warehouse functionality with core S/4HANA. So I wouldn't call it mandatory, but again, it's like, if you really need this, then yeah, that's the only option pretty much. But if you just don't do much with the warehouse, there is mini solution available. Yeah.
Okay, so this was my question.
I want to add a detail I heard of some weeks ago. If you do not have the EWM license right now, and if you want to buy it right now or next week, SAP will tell you, hey, if you are on premise, you cannot buy it. It's canceled from the price list. You have to be in the RISE model to be able to buy it. Is that right?
I'm not following licensing information at all. I just don't know. I wouldn't be surprised though. Yeah.
I heard it from our seller and license guy, and he said, if you have it already, using or not, doesn't matter. If you have it, you can use it even on premise. But if you are a new customer, you want to buy EWM from the price list, it does not exist anymore for on premise.
I heard it this way.
Yeah.
What was your impression about the EWM monitor? Do you like this? Let me say.
I like ALV, to be honest. I think ALV is awesome. And a lot of, nice Fiori applications, they pretty much resemble ALV in some way. And Excel, everyone likes it. It's pretty easy to use. So I liked it a lot, and users love it. There is a lot of flexibility and very nice opportunities to do your little.
To add the more methods.
Yeah.
I think this is one of the things that for me is interesting in the EWM, because you save a lot of time.
Yeah.
Honestly, because you got yet one framework, you can add easily one menu, and it's quite simple. To,
it's also very configurable, which is when I saw it, my first thought, oh god damn it! If only we had something like this like 10 years ago in SD.
Every report
that would just blow the socks off of the business users. Honestly, that would be just awesome. So yeah.
The difficult part, I agree completely with you, that basically I think was developed by a team that they don't know each other.
Yeah.
So there are some parts that are completely function model. Some other the delivery is a special beast, tons of class on the back that is not possible to debug, and the MFS is another object style different.
That's just that's a whole different story. So,
I remember me on CRM, we had a similar situation because in CRM we had BDoc and SBDoc, and the mapping between the BDocs. The one was in function modules developed, the other one in classes. Okay, for no reason.
Yeah.
Okay, next question. Yep.
Well, not just not a question, but looking at your code, I just feel pretty relieved that it looks like my code I did 6 months ago. So at least the second person does the same thing. So that's
nice.
That's fine.
Yeah. Great minds think alike. So as we say.
Doesn't mean it is correct, though.
That doesn't matter. I mean, it's not stupid if it works. So.
That's good. It's not stupid if it works. Remember. Okay. Next question. Last question. Because
last call. All right. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah.
Great.
Awesome.
Just 1-2 minutes. A very quick coffee.
Yeah.
Finding.
It just.
Finding the right one.
Normally
So, sit down, please. So, welcome back. Nearly our last session. I'm very happy that Simone is with us, and he will tell us something about transport request management and dependency management, and I hope also some stuff about our pit. And stage is yours.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Simon. I haven't got a slide showing who I am, but I'm Simon. I'm 25. I'm from Italy. And today we're going to talk about dependencies in ABAP. And we're going to talk about a product that I made. It's an open source project, but I'll talk about that later. So that's what's TRM. I already showed it in last year's ABAPConf, but I know many of you still have no idea what TRM is. So back to the main topic. When we talk about dependencies in ABAP, it's pretty much everything that has to do with calling from one development object to another development object in another package, basically. So we all know that custom developments are they shouldn't be, but they are always complex and they spread across multiple objects. Many times we don't have documentation for it because we're coders, we make code, we don't make documentation. And if we don't track these dependencies, the only way to know that we have them, usually it's during transportation. So when we are about to go live, we see that things are not working as they should. So today we're going to see how TRM, this open source project, is going to detect the dependencies in ABAP. How we're going to publish a package from a central development system and install the package in a target system. And how during this install procedure, the dependencies are going to be solved. And again, these two bullet points are probably not going to say anything to you right now, but we will see in a live demo what this means. So why this topic should matter to you? I just said 4 bullet points here. The first one is consistency, because we are finally able with a solution to have developments ready for install. So it's both consistency and speed, because at the same time we know that a development will always be installed with the necessary dependencies, and we're not going to waste time trying to fix those problems. It's also about clarity, because dependencies are going to be clearly visible before installing a package. And again, control and clarity, I guess. So this is the main subject of the demo, which is TRM. Again, it's an open source project that I built. I'm the main maintainer, but it's also maintained by my company. It's completely open source and free, so everybody can use it. Everybody can download it and maybe do some contribution. That would be nice. Do have some slides about it. It's a solution for managing ABAP packages. And if anybody here is familiar with NPM or PAP or any kind of package manager, that's trying to bring that power to ABAP. And I say try to because there are some obstacles that I don't think we will ever overcome because of the way ABAP is. But you know, this is trying to get as close as possible to that. So it's a command line application. We're going to see later in a live demo what TRM does. But the idea is that you develop ABAP objects on your central development system. You then execute a command, publish, and that creates a release of your code. And whenever you're ready to install your code into a target system, you just execute the installer command. Now I have some pain points and solutions that we're trying to solve. Like we said before, manual transports, TRM auto-generates them, and it creates them in a way that the software is able to read and know how to handle them. There's also version confusion in ABAP because ABAP, even SAP doesn't deliver solutions with semantic versioning. So there's no semantic versioning, and I don't think any of us does it. And TRM tries to solve that. There's a problem with the dependencies, like I said before, and the TRM also tries to auto-detect some of it. And yeah, then you have manual installation, and TRM is CLI based. The main idea of TRM is to bring a manifest into ABAP. So kind of like Node.js, or if you know UI5, you have a package.json, or well, UI5 is the manifest.json. We have a file that basically describes the package, its content, and some extra metadata. And it's automatically generated during the publish phase. Some of the contents of that manifest is the name and semantic versioning. Then you have some extras like description, order, and license. And topic of the presentation, we have the dependencies with custom objects and SAP objects. A cool thing about all of this is that you can use it in a DevOps environment. Last year, I showed how we could use TRM with GitHub Actions, and how it all connected with ABAPKit, which is another open source project. It works on SAP system with REST or RFC, depends on what kind of implementation you want to use. It supports registry, so you can have there's a public registry, we will see later. But you can also build your own private registry, or you can do things locally. You don't need to use a registry. Again, integrates with GitHub, like I said before, and it supports everything that can be packed inside of transport requests. So workbench, customizing, translations, and anything else. So about dependencies with TRM. Like I said before, every time you use a development object from another package, it's considered a dependency. If you ever used ABAPKit, you know that you create a package, you create package A, you create a class inside of it, and if you're going to call a class from package B, you need both packages in the system so you don't have a syntax error, basically, and you need package B before package A in the target system. Same thing can apply for function modules to not only class or, well, anything actually that you call from another package. And the links aren't always obvious because, again, either you document this thing or it's either in plain sight, or you would have to, after you publish, go back, review the code, and then be like, oh, there's a dependency here. Right now, you would try to do that and find the errors only after the import. So you would probably go to the transport request queue and see your request going red, and keep trying. Basically, you import, it's not working. You see what's breaking it. You try to import that piece of code, and you go back, and it goes on. With TRM, we analyze the objects in the package. We find the references and include those references into the manifest. And during install, we automatically install the dependencies first. So now we get into a live demo, and hopefully things will work. Otherwise, it's going to be a waste of time. And we will try to publish a package, and this package has a dependency, and try to install it into a target system and see how we're going to handle this dependency. And I also want to point out that the landscape of the demo is going to be a central development system and a target system, but it isn't necessarily that way. Like it could be all in just one system theoretically, but it kind of defeats the purpose of TRM, in my opinion. So I created a simple Fiori application to show, and this one, it's just an example. Doesn't do anything much. But basically, I'm writing here a price, and I'm going to add text to it. I want to automatically have my text applied to the price. So what I created is this application, and I made comments here. This is going to be the code for automatically applying 22% VAT on the price. So all of this application is in A4H, which it's an instance. It's ABAP developer trial 2022, I think, and it's all under this package, ABAPConf 2025 app. I think you can read that, right? Yeah. And so is the behavior implementation. Now I'm going to try running TRM right now. Again, like I said before, it's CLI-based program. So after the installation, all you have to do is run TRM. You can see a list of comments. And what I'm interested in is this one, find dependencies. There's a description, find dependencies with custom packages, TRM packages, sensitive entries, and objects. So the package name is ABAPConf 2025 app, and my comment is going to be here. Find ABAPConf 2025 app. So the first thing I'm being asked is how to connect to my system, and there's multiple ways. One could be a manual input if you want to put the IP address and all of that. In my case, I created an alias, which is basically a saved connection to my system. And for the demo, I have A4H, which is the central development system, and I have RST, which is going to be my target system later. So it's now connecting, and it's looking for dependencies, and we should see none because I made the comments here. So right now we're starting in a plain situation. We have no dependencies on my application, my UI5 application. I also created this utility package, which I called ABAP 2025 utils, and a class. And this class has a few methods. So get VAT and calculate the price. Those are my methods. And I'm now going to add them to my application. So the first thing I'm doing here is automatically update the fields so that when I create an entry, I have a VAT of 22%. We can see the use of the utility class here. So get VAT is going to call. Well, it's going to return, it's going to be 22. And I'm also going to remove this comment, which basically is going to be calculating the price right here for my order. And this one is also using a method from my utility class, which is calculate VAT price. Now, if I create an order now, I should see we don't have side effects on this instance, so I can't. But we can see the VAT price is 22, and I have automatically calculated the price. That's cool, but we're looking at dependency. So if I now run this command, I should see a dependency. Okay, so here it is. You can see that it's telling me that I have a reference without TRM package used by my implementation, and its reference is the utility class. It's telling me the package of that utility class. And you notice that it's under without TRM package, and that's pretty important. We're going to see why in just a second. But there's also, I think it's, I always forget what I write, but I think there's also another comment for seeing this one. You can also see the SAP object used, which might be interesting. Because obviously when you write code, you're probably going to use SAP objects too, so not just custom objects. And in this case, there's quite a lot. Like I'm using a UID for when I generate an entry, or I don't know. Obviously, I have a client in my class, in my CDS, and all of that. So yeah, we can see that this command is trying to automatically find as many dependencies as possible with custom objects and with SAP objects. So now we can try to publish this, and publishing what it basically just goes into this registry. This is the registry. And just like NPM, if you're familiar with NPM.js, this is pretty much the same. Well, the concept is the same. We want to publish the package here to a registry and then install it into a target system. So I'm going to run the command here, publish, and I'm going to name this ABAPConf 2025 UI. So I have to connect to my central development system. It's asking me if I want to publish this as version 1, which is good. I'm going to publish on TRM, which is a virtual system, and the name of the package is ABAPConf 2025 F. And at this point, it breaks because it's telling me I can't publish this package. It's missing. Well, there's a dependency with this package, and I can't do that. Basically, if I publish something without declaring the dependency or without having this package as a TRM package, it's not going to let me, because it's going to break if somebody's going to use it without this package. So the first thing I have to do is first publish the utility. I think it's utils. Yeah. So same comment, but this time I'm publishing utility, and utility doesn't have any dependency, but we could actually write them manually. TRM doesn't detect every dependency automatically. So there are some objects which aren't supported, but it's not like it's, maybe there are ways to do it. Is it's still an ongoing development of the project, so it's not like they will never be automatically detected. But in this case, he's right. I can also edit SAP required objects. This is important for, and maybe you're installing into a different version of SAP, and this is why it's useful. So the package is going to be public. I'm going to add a description. I don't need any of this. This is all manifest values, which I don't need. There's also post activities. This is a different topic I'm not going to get into. And it's asking me if I want any customizing, but we're good. This is ABAP-Git integration, and in this case, I don't have ABAP-Git installed, so it's not going to export the source code. This might be useful. And now it's going to first create the transport request and release them into a virtual system, and then publish everything on my registry. So it will take just a few seconds. We have time. Okay, it's doing something. So there's actually two transfer requests, but it's all documented and why there's two. I'm not going to get into it right now. But we can see that the package was published on my registry. And actually, if I go here on the UI, I don't know if I can see it here, but I can search for it. Oh, yeah, I can see it. Here it is. There's absolutely nothing, but another cool thing we can see is that if I run the comment that will show me, let's go back to the comment for a second. There's a comment that will show me all the installed packages I have on my system. In this case, it's, where is it? List packages installed on a system. We're going to see that we actually published our package. Here it is. So now if I run the publish UI like we did before, we shouldn't have any error this time. Okay, as you can see, it's telling me that package as one TRM dependency, and it's ABAPConf util, and this is where the semantic versioning is coming into place. And the cool thing about TRM, basically, the dependency is with the utility package with the semantic range, which is 1.0.0. I can edit this, but I'm cool with it. I can also edit required SAP objects, but I'm okay with it. And again, manifest values, which I don't care. I don't want any post activity, and you can go ahead and generate. It's faster this time for some reason. Maybe you had to compile something. Okay, so if I now go here, yes, we can see that the app is here, and we can see that in dependencies, I have util at version 1.0.0. Okay, so now I'm going to try to install this into a system. So I'm going to RST, which is going to be my target system. And I'm going to show you that, if I can open this, I'm going to show you the list of packages on RST. And this is actually our development system. So there's quite a lot of packages, but we're going to see that, well, obviously we don't have the ABAPConf 2025 packages installed. So there's quite a few packages. We will see in just a second. Perfect. Ah, I'm not in VPN. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Okay. So my target system has quite a lot of packages, but there's no ABAPConf package in the list. So there's the 2024 package, but not the 2025. So now I'm going to run trm install ABAPConf 2025 UI. I'm selecting my system. Maybe I should, okay. And as you can see here, it's telling me that there's one dependency, but it's not installed. You can see it's saying 0 installed, 1 missing, because this means that I could actually have, well, you could have already the dependency installed, and to be okay with it, it has to satisfy the semantic versioning range that we declared, which in this case, it's 1.0.0. So before which is this one. So before I can continue with the install, I first have to install the missing dependency. So in this case, the utility package. So I'm going to say yes. There's questions about it. If I have translation, for example, customizing, I'm going to, maybe I can change the ABAP package name. I'm going to say yes to all. I can rename the package, and I'm going to call it the same way. I don't need to change it. So I'm not importing. There's always warnings. So right now, I just installed the utility library, and we're going to see what this means in just a second. But now it's going to try to install the UI package. It's doing the same thing. So checking and asking me the package name. Okay, so I'm going to name it the same way as I did in my development system. I don't need to change the package name. It's now doing the import of the package. Okay, so I just installed this package with a dependency on my target system. Now you can see that I have these transport requests that were generated during the import, and we're going to see in just a second what they mean. But basically, if you want TRM to work on your quality and production system, in your landscape, basically, if you want to transport this into production. If you use this transport, it already contains all the necessary metadata that TRM needs to read it. And basically, you can do stuff like compare what's the installed version on my development system against the one that I have in production. So basically, using this, it's a good idea for transporting in your landscape, but you can do whatever you want actually. Let's just check, but we can call, we are on the target system, and if I do 2025, we are on RST, which is the target system, and you can see that if I do something like we used, maybe not. Well, it's in a local type, that's why. But you can see that on my target system, I'm using the utility class without a problem. So it means that both were imported correctly. And if I go back and see the transport request that I just said, so this one, the number that ends with 60, so this one, it's automatically generated for the utility package. So I can go ahead and release this. And same thing goes for the 61, same thing goes. And I also created a check in CTS that basically, which is this one. It's basically going to check before releasing a transport that all my dependencies are released before releasing it. So we can see that I'm now looking at the generated UI transport, and this one contains all the UI. You can see this is the UI and the CDS. If I release this, I'm going to add this error, which says dependency must be released first. So this is enough for me to say, let's go back and to this transfer request. Release this first. No problem with this one. And then I can come back. And this time I shouldn't have, yeah, I don't have errors. So technically I should be, well, this is an example, but I should be safe and say, yeah, I transported to my quality system or production, whatever. And at least I know that dependencies are not going to be the problem. Maybe we have other problems, but not the dependency. That's it. I don't have anything else.
Okay.
Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I have some questions. Just two of them. First, you said it's an open source project.
Yes.
So when did you start this project?
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
But it got like public. I say 1.5 years ago.
Okay, and it's available on .abap.org, or what is the name of the homepage?
Yeah, there's
so you can easily install it with ABAP Git.
Yeah, there's 2 components actually. So the first one you saw, it's the CLI. So the utility that I was using on my computer is the CLI, and that is developed in TypeScript.
Okay.
And but to work and to connect to the system, you need an ABAP component, which is you can get from ABAP-Git. So that is TRM server. It's on GitHub, and it's also indexed on the .abap-git webpage, which I don't remember the name.
Right? TRM server was the name. TRM server.
Yeah.
If you Google for it.
And yeah, but the server component, it's only needed for the development system. So you don't need that in quality or production.
Okay. Okay. So can I use it nearly in every release right now? So do I need 7 point? I don't know.
Well, we're running tests. I'm not entirely sure what the minimum is right now, but I don't see huge problems adjusting it for older releases.
Okay, so this was my question. So any questions from the audience?
Simone, when you in your demo, when you install the package in the target system or the dependency package, if the one of the sub package is yet installed in the target system, you can overwrite. You got a warning.
Yeah, you got warning.
Like okay, and you can overwrite.
There's different scenarios. You can have the same. Well, it tries to find out if it's already installed as a TRM package. If it's a TRM package, the object could be part of another TRM package or an update of the one you're installing. And that is a scenario. Then you can have the same object name and it has nothing to do with TRM. So maybe it just happens to be the same name. And then you have a warning and you have to take manual action in that case. You can overwrite, but you can also decide not to. And I cannot think of another scenario. I think that's it.
Okay. And the other thing is that basically, so technically, you install the 2 original transport in the target system. And after you create another transport, that theoretically this is the transport that you can use to move all the object in quality and after.
Yeah, that's well, you can also when you have the install command, you can also say don't do it. But it's a fast way to have everything ready for transport. The idea is to have everything ready for transport without having to create it yourself.
And you decide to create 2 transport because you want a relation 1-to-1 with your original.
Yes, because maybe you want to transport the dependency first. I don't know. Could be more reason to why. I think it's better to separate. It's 2 packages. It's 2 different things. So maybe.
Other questions? Yes. Do it with the micro.
When you have these dependencies between packages, what do you do if there are circular dependencies?
Okay, so that technically it's a problem, like regardless of ABAP, and you have to take manual action in that case. Like if you're saying if class A uses B and B uses A, you have to take action to that. There's no real solution to this problem, even in like if you do this in for example Node.js, I think it's going to when you compile TypeScript actually, it's going to give you this error. So you have to take manual action to that. And the same thing happens with TRM. It's going to tell you that you're trying to reference a package that is using you.
I see. One more question. We saw this console interface. Why did you opt into console instead of just some kind of ABAP report?
We're actually building UI for this, and the cool thing is that it's it's actually divided in different packages. We have the core package and you have the client package. I say it client because when I say server, I mean the ABAP component. But dividing it like this allowed me to create the CLI interface, and now I'm working on the UI, and the UI is probably going to be maybe a CAP project. I'm not really sure right now. We're still deciding, but we're probably going to use UI5 to create a list wrapper and have the same functionality as like the CLI, but in a UI. Doing it in ABAP, it's in a report. I don't know, maybe it's a little bit outdated, and I'm not really sure I want to go for the report.
Next question. Anyone? Okay, Dusan. Okay, great.
I also wanted to ask about the command line interface. Were you also thinking about doing a ADT plugin out of it, maybe?
That is
or
a possibility.
What is your opinion about it? Or
it's definitely a possibility. The idea of the CLI is to have as many possibilities as possible. I can think of originally I thought about GitHub Actions and DevOps in general, and but ADT is definitely in my ideas. UI, ADT, then we'll see.
Okay, I think we are done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next session is the last one is scheduled for 4:30. Sorry, we want to ask you: can we start a little bit earlier? Are you? I think yes. So we will start at exactly 4 p.m. So that means in 30 minutes. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. Ich bin das Johann fürs Leitner-Trainen, glaube ich. Nein, ich bin die Jelena Terefilieva.
Na, das kann man nicht.
Nicht Absicht.
Ton läuft. So, welcome back to our last session. We already heard a lot about ABAP Cloud, a lot about RAP, a lot about side-by-side extensions. And if you joined Sub Inside Track a month ago in Vienna, Martin presented something about event-driven architecture at SAP. And today, Föß and Martin will show us all this stuff in action. And we are talking about RAP actions and how to consume them. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Domi. So let's start. We will talk about RAP events. So RAP events, then the correct name is business events, RAP business events. And we want to show you how to consume such events locally in your ABAP environment or remotely, remote or external in Azure, Submesh, whatever. That's the idea behind the RAP events. So a little bit agenda. Okay, introduction, motivations right now. Then RAP event-driven architecture. You will do a little bit architecture stuff. Then I try to show you, I have prepared a demo to how to trigger such new demos in the ABAP code. Then I will also show you how to consume it locally in your ABAP environment. Then Martin will show you the remote consumption. And at the end, we will have some tips, best practices. But to be honest, it's quite new. So it's not really from a big experience. So this is just what we read in blogs and so on. And at the end, we will have a wrap up. Okay, first, my name is Johann Fußleitner. I am, I'm in the SAP universe since 1990. I started with R2, with ABAP development. So it's my 35 years anniversary. I'm a specialist in Fiori elements, ABAP RESTful, of course. I'm a coach and a trainer, and I'm really I like to develop clean code, clean core, and I try to make great and cool developments. So I'm a sub champion, and I'm organizer of ABAPConf, sub code champs, ABAP code retreats. I'm also part of the Stammtisch sometimes, and we also run this, maybe you know it, the Kadaxo webinare. One question, who knows our webinars? Okay, thanks. Yeah. The next one will be in September, as far as I know. We do this together with Sören. So it's Domi, me, and Sören. And yeah, it's in German. Sorry, but we do the webinars in German, the webinar in German. Okay, here's the link if you want to. So we have a YouTube channel, and these are all sessions only about RAP. So we have a RAP first session, second, third, and how to use dynamic RAP, how to work with messages, and so on and so on. And today we talk about RAP events.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, my name is Martin Muttenthaler. I'm an SAP solution architect, ABAP developer. I do ABAP not as long as in the R2 times as Föß is doing it, just a bit of above 20 years. And in the last years, I'm focusing more on also on integration suite, API management. In the last years, a bit also in event-driven architecture. And I did something about event mesh a few weeks, as Tommy said before. And today I want to focus more on the ABAP side, on the RAP events together with us.
So why should we use RAP events? So what are the benefits? So the idea is that we have no direct dependency. That's always a big issue in the SAP development. If you have let's say dependencies, then you can break it, whatever. So the idea of these events is to have an asynchronous processing. That's one of the big things. Then the integration of other systems like SAP Event Mesh or Azure, or I don't know, you will tell us a little bit more later, is then very easy, or let's say easier than with other technologies. It is possible to extend, to enhance the extensibility. It is possible to extend such events and to use, I think the name is derived events. So also for partner and customers and to reckon such business changes. and it's aligned with the clean core principles. No modification, of course. You can just implement the class and say, okay, I want to react on that event. The key character, so there's a big difference. Maybe you work with ABAP and you will develop some events in ABAP. Who use events in ABAP, so the classic events. Okay, this is not very often in the system, to be honest. So, but the difference is, of course, the class events. So they are tight coupled. So this is a synchronous process in the same LOV, in the same ABAP program. So it's of course also possible, but it has nothing to do with these wrap events. And then maybe some of you know, of course, the change pointers and the IDOC and stuff. That it's similar to wrap events, but it's very old. ALE triggers IDOCs and so on. It's database driven. But the new way is to use, or the future direction should be the wrap business events. We have, again, asynchronous, decoupled, native wrap, cloud ready, and we can notify external systems, apps, or local consumer. So some typical use cases, let's say follow-up processes. So to send a mail, for example, if someone changed the change order, the sales order, and you want to send a mail, or you want to generate the document. Today we talked about documents. You want to generate a document, or maybe to create some logging or some whatever. This is a typical use case and typically is in the system. Then, of course, again, you can notify external systems, Submesh, Azure, and so on. Or you can, also a good idea maybe to start some background jobs, to do some recalculations, pricing, and so on. Or maybe, of course, you can also integrate or then execute some BTP services like workflow or process automation and so on. You can just integrate BTP services or raise events and then start some BTP processes. Okay, a little bit to the architecture. I think this is your part now.
Yeah. I just wanna do it really very high level, just explain a bit about why is SAP going into event-driven architecture, and what's even an event? An event is a, let's say, significant change of the status of a business object. Like, think about you are flying and the gate opens on your flight, and that's a change in the business event. And then someone is interested in that event because you have a ticket for that flight. The gate changes, and you maybe get a notification that the gate is changed because it's your flight, and that's interesting for you. So in the end, you are interested in a specific gate for your specific flight or in a change of the state. And the event is the change of the status of a specific business object. And if we go further, SAP with events in S4, there's a standard cloud event, and SAP sticks to that open standard. The cloud event is always a kind of that structure is the event data. That's a type. What is this? You see here, it's a business partner change. There's a source coming from our S4 CAL system, a unique ID, a timestamp, it's a JSON file, and then a data part. And the data part is then, depending on which type it is, contains the real data of it. And that's all the cloud events. And SAP sticks to that cloud event status. And what's the whole concept about in the event-driven architecture? And it's there's a design pattern, and it's a pub-sub pattern. This means there's a publisher on the one side. Let's see that this is our S4 system. I have a business partner, and there's a change. So the business partner changes, and that's an event. And on the other side, I can have consumers. Whatever these consumers are, somebody's interested. And usually, you have a direct connection, right? You change it, a message is sent directly to the receiver. But sometimes this doesn't work. The receiver isn't there, or there's an error. You get back a status information, but the thing is, the publisher always knows in typical integrations. You know your consumer who is interested, And then with this PubSub design pattern, you want to decouple this. And so there's a message, and these typical event brokers, one thing is the topic. That's actually what type of event is. So from before, you say it's a business partner change. So there could be a topic, the business partner is changed, or a sales order is changed, or whatever. And on the other side, there are queues which subscribe to specific topics. So let's say the business partner changes should go in this queue and that queue. For sales orders, only that queue is interested. But you can also mix it, have a queue which is subscribing to different topics. And so that's the base concept. And there's another open standard. It's called AMQP. This is for decoupled asynchronous message exchange. That's also an open standard, and most of the event brokers they stick to that standard. And so if we go later, and why do we have even this design pattern? If we go to the next slide, one thing that's the decoupling, that you have a loose coupling, that your applications are not, as they are different systems, they are not tightly coupled. From an architecture point of view, it might be beneficial for some integration to have a more loose coupling, so to do it asynchronously. I have had some integrations where we're sending to a third-party cloud solution. They had their own handmade, let's say, REST API, and there was always problem with it. Even if it wasn't there, or if there's too much load, we do some parallel processing, it goes down, later it's there, and so on. And the thing is, you always have to then get errors back. You know, we used IDOCs, we get status errors back, but you always, from the backend point of view, from let's say the event source, you have to take care. There's an error, your partner is down, you have, the backend system has to take care and resend it, or doing whatever, make a new partly data load, or whatever, to bring the systems in sync again. And so one advantage is, even if you write it into a queue, the consumer with the PubSub is automatically notified, but can read the data whenever the consumer wants. In the speed, the consumer is able to consume it. So if you send 10,000 messages immediately to a queue, the consumer can take his time, and it can take minutes or hours until it's processing. So you can, with that, it's easier to scale up a bit. You have this asynchronous pattern to be independent. Even if there are errors or so, it's up to the consumer to take care of. If he's offline, then he gets online again and just continues to consume the processing. And so you are even more flexible. And one thing also, which is a benefit, I, as a, let's say, S4 system, as a producer of the messages, I'm even agnostic of the subscribers. So I can send a business partner message to my event broker, and I don't care if there's one consumer or 20 consumers. Even if there is a new consumer, nothing changes on the S4 system. New consumers, they subscribe to specific business partners, sales, whatever. The backend doesn't change because it's only sending that one message when a business partner change. So if we, and there, but that's not an SAP, this event topic, it exists for many, many years. So it's not new. It's not, or SAP doesn't invent that. So there are other event brokers like Azure Service Bus, there's Kafka, a very popular one. AWS has their own solution of SQS, Simple Queue Services. There are open source event brokers like RabbitMQ, or SAP in the last years brought its own event broker, Event Mesh, and I think since 2 years the high-end, I would say, solution, Advanced Event Mesh, which contains the Soloist PubSub event broker as a basis there. So, and the thing is, so we have these event brokers, but on the other side, where can I see what events are even there in SAP? And as many other things, you always have your Business Accelerator Hub, api.sub.com. You search for events, and You see which events are there in your SAP system. Let's say for sales orders, there are which events are even there in the standard SAP system. So for business partner, as an example, it's only create or change. For sales orders, there are more standard events out of the box there. If we go a slide further, and this even existed in the SAP world already some years. In 2019, SAP had the enterprise event messaging, and it was just an event broker. But from a backend, later they changed it to event mesh. But what SAP provided is out of the box, it's only notification events. So I think I missed one slide. I had one slide so there's a data event and the notification event, and I missed it. And usually the notification events, they only contains the ID of so only the business partner number, as an example. So, and back in the days, it was the S4 system had an event business partner, but it only contains the business partner number. So you are here, you consume it. At that time, I used cloud integration in the POC to consume that message, but I only had the business partner number. So I don't know what data is there, or if I'm even interested in that business partner. So I had to go via API management because we don't directly want to read data from the S4 system, read the OData, even get all the details, and then decide I'm interested or not. And that was until 1.5 years ago. And now I come to the point why we are talking about RAP events. And sorry, one back. Change that. Yeah, why we came to that is 1.5 years ago there were Devtoberfest, and Andre Fischer explained changes in the RAP model. And one of the last things RAP events, and one of the last things he explained derived RAP events. And with 2023. It's now possible that you have a standard event like business partner, derive that event, and enhance your payload, that you have more information than only the ID. And that was for me the key to say, okay, now this whole thing of event-based architecture makes sense, because now I have more information and I can provide with one message all the data which is necessary for the consumer to subscribe to that. And that we will show later in an example for the derived events. And now
exactly. So you mentioned this sub Devtoberfest. By the way, Devtoberfest is a great content delivered from the sub advocates. You should follow them. That's for sure. So this is here the RAP business. I just want to go a little bit back to the history. So RAP was invented, I think, 1809, as far as I know. So we started with RAP, and a little bit later we then we started with unmanaged at the beginning. Then we had the managed object. A little bit later we have this important additional save and unmanaged save. I think this was for me was a key change for RAP, because since then it's really usable and you can really use it in your projects. Yeah, then we had some improvements, and since 2022 757 we have this RAP business events. But in that release, it was just possible to use it for remote events, not locally. And with the latest release, 758 and 2023, you can create local consumptions. You can use it in your local system, the event. So, and we will also have some future changes. I checked the let's say release notes, the future release notes. Event-driven side effects. I don't know exactly what they mean with that. So there's more to come with the next release. So, and again, exactly, so you can use these RAP events starting with 757, 2022, or if you want to local consume these events, you need 758 and 2023. So how can you then trigger such events in your RAP development? You have to go to your behavior definition. And you know the behavior definition, and the behavior definition, just there's a new statement, let's say, event and the name. That's it, the end all. Event and the name. And a little bit more in detail. you see is a managed wrap object. We have a behavior, this is the name of the entity. And here we have this event. This is the name of the event. And then optional parameter. This is the payload. You can say, okay, this is in that case, this is a CDS abstract entity, and this is your parameter. But this is optional. So it's also possible to just use the event. But very easy at that. This is just a definition. In that case, or in that, here's no definition. Is this a local or a remote event? It doesn't care at that moment. It's just an event, just a wrap business event. Okay. Martin mentioned this derived business events. Derived business event, you're correct, it's also available since 2023. And it's also too easy to define such a derived business event. The only difference, a little bit difference, is you have to add manage and then event, and then the event name, and then the event name which you want to derive. In that case, I'm using my same event for my test here. But I think you have a better example later with sales order.
A business partner.
Or a business partner. But also very easy to define such an derived event. The difference is here, this is not an abstract entity. So this is a real CDS view. And behind this CDS view is then the payload. That is the difference. You will see it in my demo later. So how can I raise then such event? This was just a definition, and I need some event trigger. It's also very easy. For example, if you have a managed event, you can say you want to have an additional save, an additional update, and you have this save modified method. And in this save modify method, you have this wrap EML statement, raise entity event, and then the event name. And of course, in that case, also this payload. This payload from my, this is not the derived, this is the event, let's say the normal event. Also very easy. Yeah. So, and now I want to show you how it looks in the system. So, I have a simple Fiori Elements app with, okay, I need to scroll down a little bit here. So it's just a list of some customers. And at the end, we want to have an event if someone changed the email address. That's the idea. So someone change here the email address, save, and we want to have an event for that. And sub mail and sub internal mail, just the easy demo. So the first thing, I have to open my behavior definition. Here is my behavior definition. This is you see it's a managed object. And so let me scroll down. So here's the event definition. So I just activate the piece of code. So this is the name of the event, EC25 email change. And this is the parameter. This is my payload. Just want to open it. At the moment, there's only the email address. I was just interested in the email address. The key of the root entity or of this entity is mandatory in this automatically in this payload. So it's not necessary to have the custom ID in that case. So, sorry. So now it's active. I have to activate, but of course I need a handler for that. So this is just the event at the moment. And for that, I have to add my additional save here. So I have a managed and I want to have an additional save. Also, oops, sorry. What is wrong?
It's already in.
Ah, this is just a comment. Okay, with additional save. So with this additional save, you have this special method. Okay, this was just a comment from you. So now let's move to this class. You have the global class and then the local type. Then you will see you have this save modified. So I have an additional save for my managed object. And here it's then very easy. This is just a loop over the changes. And I'm raising that event with the information. So the customer ID and the email address. Remember, the customer ID is always part of this abstract, and you do not have to add the key of the entity in this parameter. So let's activate. Now I could make a breakpoint and I can show you in the demo that it works, but there's no receiver for that. I need a receiver, of course. So therefore, the next step is we need a class. Now I have some slides for that, sorry. So you can believe me, it will work. So the event is triggered, but there's no receiver. You will see it later then, but I want to see. I want to show you the whole demo at the end. So now I need local consumption. So that's the first thing. I want to consume this event locally. So and how is this done? Very easy. I need a new class, ZCL and whatever, for events. So this is the public interface, the public part of the class, abstract class for events of my entity, my RAP entity. That's all. And then there's the global class. And also in this global class, I have a local implementation, a local class. And in this local class, I have then a method for this event. And in this method, you can do whatever you want. This is the receiver now. The signature is method for entity, event, and the name, and for blah, blah, blah. And again, on here, then you have them. I can show it right now. So let's go back to the demo. So this is my notification class. No, this is not here, is my handler class, sorry. Again, this is a global class. You can see it here. At the moment, it's final. And now I just add these 4 events of the entity. Let's activate it. And then I have this local implementation. I just reactivate all this part. Source code. So there's something wrong. Sorry. Okay. I remember. This is the derived part. Sorry. So now it should work. So again, the global class with 4 events for this entity. And then we have the local type, the method consumed. The important part is here. So this is my super class here, CL ABAP behavior event handler. And then the method is defined consume, whatever. This is, I can decide what is the name. Consume change for entity changed. This is the name, is also for me. And this is exactly the RAPI, the entity and the event. This is the definition. And here then I can consume the event. In my case, just open, send an internal SAP mail. I can show you this code here, this piece of code. It's just a concatenated HTML, contents, sender, request, and whatever, send, request, and send. So now I want to show that it works. Do you want to see a breakpoint or just believe me that it works at the end? So first, here I have my SAP system, and I hope that it is still here. So no messages, you can see it here, no messages. And then, if everything works correctly, 1, 2, 3, save. If it works correctly. Whoa, great demo. So now I have a mail. This is the concatenate of this HTML. I have the email address, and the header I have also the idea of the changed entity. Where at the end it works perfectly from my point of view. And now I want to activate this derived event, because now I create a derived event based on my event. It's also possible. Just go back to the here, managed event. You remember. Make a breakpoint, not breakpoint, activate it. And here I'm using a normal CDS view. This is my payload now for this derived event with the whole information of the customer. So I think the event handler should be fine. No, it's not fine. So I have also here, of course, add this event and also activate this consumer method. Sorry?
Short question.
Yep.
Do you have to register the events like we used to do the old class?
No, that's all. You saw everything here.
So there is no code where
No.
you have to say
No.
register event blah blah.
No. That's all what, yeah, really, this is all the development artifacts I showed you right now. So there's no registration. So, and now I just want to see you or show you that it also works with this derived event. So I have a derived event now with a bigger payload because I use the CDS view. And let's do it again, the test. There's a session here. Blah, blah, blah. Save. And check it again.
Just by defining the class, there is the link to the event.
Exactly. The graph event triggers the event. And of course, I can create a local consumption and another one and another one. I can create 3, 4, 5, whatever classes who react on this event. And you see now I have these two messages. The one message was for the original event. This was the, I don't know which one. So open the other one. So here I have also the name. That was my idea, to have the last name. Where is it? No, this is the wrong.
Original one?
Yeah, okay, then let's open this one. So now I have the first name and the last name, and also, of course, the email address and so on. So this is how it works at the end. So, so of course, I can also react or create a derived event for a sales order, for example. You can just, if the sales order is released, it's a released API, then you can add your own event handler as an extension. Really, that's cool. Is this in your demo? I don't know.
That comes. That's exactly my part.
So then, then I think my part is over for now.
That was the perfect handover, right?
Okay.
So I just have to switch. Where is my Zoom?
Should I say something?
No. It's fine. Yeah, here I am. So I want to show you the events and the standard events, and therefore, as an example, I just created a business partner. It's the Chelsea Music Pub. I know the guys in the first row, they already know it. It's just around the corner. We were there yesterday. Visit some Vienna stoner rock band. And so this is the Chelsea Music Pub. And I connected our system with an event mesh. And with this, it's called enterprise event enablement in the S4 backend. I have that, sorry, here. I have created the connected the event mesh, and I have subscribed to some topics. And one is the standard topic you see here. That's a standard event for business partners. So it's called SAP S4. It always starts with that business partner version 1, business partner changed. And this is an event monitor. So it shows you all events which are there. Sorry, now I want the monitor. I think I changed it before. The event monitor is here. It's a Fiori app. And if we go to that, I see the outbound events. For sure, they are gone because by default, it's just 1 hour. As always in the demo, so I just make a small change, save it here, refresh it. And now you see I have the changes, and now I go to the standard event. And as I showed you before, we see here we had an event. And now if I look to the event, and that's the standard. So in plain standard, you only get that one, right? As I showed you before, that's a cloud event, and I only have the business partner number. So nice, but what should we do with it? I don't even know that's a pub. I'm sure Andy isn't interested in some other. He's interested in music pubs, right? So, and what do I need to do that I have more information about the business partners? And now I come to the interesting part for today. It's the derived drop event. And all I need to do is, if, as said before, the object is released and extendable, and all I need, similar to first example before, I have just here a CDS view entity. For sure, I go to iBusiness partner, not to put 0, as we want to be clean core and clean code. And I just have business partners, address, and the type, and that's it. So that's, and in the end, that's the definition of my payload. And then what I need to do is, you can look beneath the API Business Accelerator Hub, I made here a hierarchy where I see all the events. So if you search just for the type EFTB, you see all the events. And here, under some very deep structure, you see for business partner, there's a change in the create event. And for that, I extend the behavior for the business partner and have my own set change derived event. And here I have as a parameter, that's my CDS view, which I showed you before. And that links that derived event, change managed derived, in the standard changed to that CDS view entity. And all I need to do, and that's the last part, is then I create own event binding. I give a namespace, so I name it here as in set namespace, set cost, ABAPConf. The object is the business partner, the option is changed. And here, the entity, that's important, the entity is the iBusiness partner TV2. And that's my changed event name, so the set change derived. And so that's three things I need. I need the CDS view entity, the behavior definition, and my event binding. And after activating that, I did it before, when I now change my business partner again, here I say that's a live music pub, I save it. And if I go back to my events, I see here I have also not only the standard event business partner changed, but also my derived, and you see here exact the namespace. So this is always sub S4HANA, cloud event, and here my namespace set cost ABAPConf, business partner changed. And if I go here, then we see the two events. That's the latest one. And if you see here the payload, then the payload is automatically, and I have the business partner, the type I created, it's in Vienna, and here the address that we know how to find it. And that's all what is necessary to enhance and to have that payload enhanced. And so, and just some few. So that's possible for the backend. And but there's one thing to consider, and that's, I think, very important, and also a bit of a thing you have to consider if you want to use that. Typically, these wrap events are static. So the topic or the topics here, like before, it's just a business partner. That's what SAP said, or might set event is also a business partner. What SAP already released last year, and also downported to SP2, I think, is that there are dynamic topics. And because thinking of it, you have a business partner, but let's think if you have a huge system and you are only interested in some business partners, you don't want to have all, you just want to have that from Austria, or only, let's say Andy is only interested in music pubs. Then it would be nice, and that SAP supports, that I make my topic dynamic and make it here like it's a business partner change, but here I have the type, I have just a technical type here, it's in Austria, and well, what's the type of that business partner. And you in SAP enhanced it, and you can filter on those. And this, and for that, it's necessary that type is coming from the payload. This is my cloud event payload, and it must not be in the data section. It must be in the header. And there's really a beautiful CDS annotation before with event context attribute, and you just say you have this attribute, and you wanna have the business partner type put it in the header in the annotation, so that business partner category is as attribute here, and the position, if you have more, you can just define the definition, and then automatically your event changes, and this field is not only in the data section, it's also in the header. And then you can use it and have subscription, and then your subscription looks like business partner created, and on that position, and that's for the order, on that position, the first position, this attribute is automatic. And that makes the S4 backend possible that you have dynamic topics, and you can think of having several layers. There, all the necessary information for filtering you put in the topic, and as I said before, there's a thing, but only the advanced event mesh broker of SAP supports that. You can make then a decision and a subscription and say you are interested in all business partners, but at any level here, you can use asterisks and say, the country, I'm interested in all music pubs, but not necessarily just to have a country there. So you are totally flexible in your subscription, and all the rest is necessary filter criteria you can use. So and that's really just with that small annotation here. So so as a wrap up, this RAP events, how are we in terms? Okay. So I just for the RAP events and the connection to the event, to event-driven architecture, with that 2023 feature of the derived RAP events, it's really possible to, I think, use that in practical scenarios. Because if you think before the architecture, if we only had notification events, sending out the event with only an ID, the consumer or CPI must read back with OData to get the data and then decide, am I interested or not? I mean, that's, I think that's not practical, because at the time when we produce the event, all the information is there, but we send only the key and read back. I mean, that from my point of view makes no sense at all. So that's my part where I connected this event-driven architecture with the RAP event, as we have the derived business possibility. But as I showed you before, some screens, you see the payloads and so on. But Jelena, you wrote a book about all the IDOCs, and it fills a book. And all the backend part here is available from standard transaction. That's the event monitor. So if I want to write a book about what is in the backend there for the event-driven architecture, it's that one Fiore where I can show the payload. So from my point of view, there's in the backend part for monitoring and so on, there's a lot of still missing, and hopefully with 2025 that gets enhanced and enhanced. And for event mesh, I mean, if you have integration suite, you can use sub event mesh as part of integration suite. So that's easy, and really the setup is really easy. You just need your service key, create the channel, and then automatically it's connecting and should work usually out of the box, and you just need to subscribe the topics. What I tried also, and I tried it, but I failed for this coach. I want to create another event broker, because if you look at the backend option, it's AMQP, and you need OAuth, and that's all the information the backend needs to connect to the integration suite event mesh. But AMQP, let's say Azure pops up, it uses the same, it's AMQP is enabled, it uses WebSockets with TLS, so actually it should work. I tried it, and I see they make a handshake on the WebSockets, the connection is established, and then it shuts down. And for me, it was hard to find out, do I need really sub-event mesh as event broker? I can't, maybe it's possible to connect natively with AMQP, WebSockets, and so on to other event brokers. And I failed, but I didn't find any information that it's not supported, neither, or it's supported. So, and that's a bit hard to find out. And the second thing, and this is also one thing, what I showed you at the end, which is the really cool stuff about it, with these hierarchical topics and just adding an annotation and can filter on that. SAP only makes these hierarchical topics available for advanced event mesh. So if you configure event mesh, have your topic, it's working. If you make the topic dynamic, so just adding the annotation, you activate it, immediately your subscription to event mesh gets read and it's not working anymore. Only because of that. And the documentation says these hierarchical topics are only for advanced event mesh. Although it has nothing to do with advanced event mesh really, because it's the backend, it's the S4 system where you do it and have the topics. So And so for me, the reason why they restricted to only for advanced event mesh, this annotation and this hierarchical topic seems more commercial. Let's put it this way: politically or decision, and not a technical one. Because from a technical point of view, with standard event mesh, it would be also really beneficial to have the topics there. I mean, there are workarounds for it, right? You can have, if I have 5 interfaces and each is interested in different business partners, I make 5 derived business events with different work conditions, just hard coded there. But then the real idea of having an event broker, which is agnostic, isn't there really, because then on the back end, you filter for each and every recipient, you make your own derived hard-coded CDS view as a filter. So this is, but event mesh, it's an easy start. If you have integration suite, you can activate it. All the stuff I showed you is there. But the idea is more that I think to get the customers to advanced event mesh, which is commercially it's a high-end solution, but commercially it's on another level. Let's put it this way. So from my point of view, yeah, that's it. What I want to show about RAP events and the connection to the event-driven architecture. I don't know. First, you have also some general.
No additional content. I think. So should I?
Yeah, you have.
Okay, sorry.
You have also best practices, right?
Yes, I think so. Where's my freigeben? Correct, Tommy? Can you see it?
Shouldn't. I mean, I have to stop it.
Okay, now, so we are nearly at the end. Yes, we have some best practices, but to be honest, they are still, I wrote here, they are still fresh. So these tips are more like an early recommendation, let's say it that way. Really best practices will come I think in the future. So to be honest. So what is, what's here? So, of course, it makes no sense to create, I don't know, 20 events for nearly the same. So think about not to overload it to create multiple events. Avoid triggering events for every minor change. So, and also the naming. So, the naming is, I think, is always great. A good idea to select the valid and the meaningful name. And the same is also for the events, for sure. So create or use a meaningful name. The payload. So I don't know, is it from the commercial perspective a difference if I have a big payload or not? Is this
for external consumption usually, and that's all event brokers, they have a size, I think a maximum message size of 1 megabyte. So usually for a data event it should be enough, but usually for that event you don't attach a document, right, with a base 64 thing. So usually for that you go back and read then the whole document and just send the key information you want to
avoid overloading. So just put the necessary attributes to your CDS view, for example, and not the whole product or Mara or whatever. Makes no sense. Local versus remote. Yeah, of course. I told you before, so you can use this local consumption for logging, for example, status updates, internal follow-ups, and so on. So, okay, and for remote, yeah, okay. What is the best practice? If you want to interact with event mesh or the agents, then for sure you have to use a remote event. So then one of the ideas, okay, you saw my piece of code. So the idea is to have this handler very small. Just that in a handler, you should only react for the event and then execute a class, a method, a different class. So separate the handler from the process logic. Security access, so be aware, blah, blah, blah. So the privileged access for the payload. So if you have the CDS view, and you should take care, maybe the user gets more information than the user normally should see. So you have to take care of this CDS view. I just saw it in a blog and so on, so I never tried it by myself, but be aware. For example, if you have DCL, I don't think that DCL will work for this CDS view then. You know, DCL we talked about yesterday, it will not, the documentation means it will not work for that. Okay, you have to create your own explicit authorization checks. Okay. This is the only important thing. So if you want to use such a derived event, it must be released. It must be released as C1. If not, and you want to react for such an event, open influence.sap.com, create a note to SAP and say, I want to have a released whatever, and hopefully SAP will answer you and will release this event then in the next release. Yeah, because I tried it and it works, but I haven't done, it was a 2022 system, that time I tried it, so I think it was not, so therefore I was not really sure if it works. I have forgotten to remove this comment. Okay. So this was and I think so we are done. So what do you think about RAP events, and do you have any questions regarding that? First of all. What kind of, yes? Yeah.
Why was there a need for a local class?
Why? Yeah. Why? Because SAP decided that way. I can tell you. It's the same as in the behavior class implementation. There's also this global class and local class. I cannot really tell you why. Do you have an idea? What is the reason for that? For the dynamic part?
My idea is you can't comment out class definitions in the global class, but in a local part you can comment out the class. And if you change the behavior definition, then automatically the generated stuff for the implementation is changed, and therefore you need to activate or deactivate class implementations, and I think that's the reason behind it. But I don't know.
But this is just your personal.
Yeah, this is my personal opinion.
Like really, we asked SAP and then said, okay, we don't know. It was designed that way. So.
I think this was the dog or the cat or the boy. I don't know.
Okay, next question.
Maybe only a comment.
What
I find very useful for the derived events is that as it's using a real CDS view, yes, you can also use a where clause in the CDS view.
That should be possible.
Yeah, and I tried it with sales documents. So, and when you, for instance, in your example, you restrict to a business partner number, you get only your event triggered for this specific business partner. Yeah. So you have implemented only, you don't need the coding in the class, but only in the CDS view. You can really fit that. That's very useful, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. Another question.
I got it up.
Maybe you got it done.
No, maybe. So if I understand well, so your application trigger the event, okay? This event trigger something in one queue, okay? And maybe this queue is read by two consumer applications.
You're talking about the external queue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. In this case, who cleaned the queue? Because this is
it's
not
automatically. So if you subscribe to a queue, usually the read is, I mean, you can, if you use an SDK or whatever, you can decide it, but usually you do a destructive read. Destructive read, you read it, and when you process it correctly, you commit it. So I use integration suite with AMQP for, let's say, for Azure PubSub, and there you can make a setting and say if the whole iflow, as an example, is correct, then you commit it, and then it's automatically deleted. If not, there's also settings like you have a dead letter queue. Dead letter queue means the messages which can't be processed for whatever reason. And then you can say in CPI, you can say, do 3 tries. So you retry it because maybe something was temporary. And after 3 retry, do it to a dead letter queue.
because I was thinking about this scenario. So if I got
Sure.
two applications, so who of the two applications will kill? the message, because
No,
maybe
no.
the
If
other
you have data, but if you have two applications
same queue.
consuming, I would define two queues.
Ah, yes,
right. Yeah.
Okay.
So then, and then the topic, you have one topic like business partner from Austria. They go into two queues. The one queue is read, then it's committed and let's say deleted. The other one just stays there. And so, and for error handling, because that was my original answer, for error handling, you can create these dead letter queues.
This means that basically I have to manage a number of queue, and I have to know since the beginning how many applications we will.
Yeah, but the queue, and that's the thing of it, the queues are not in the back end, the queues are in the event broker. And but for sure, I mean, as always, there must be monitoring and so, but it's just not in the back end, it's on the event broker. But for sure, from organizational point of view, you have to set it up. There must be someone there seeing if the queues are not read, right? Or if the dead letter queues are getting huge or whatever is the reason. So still monitoring is necessary, but it's on another station and another layer.
Next.
It was on the slides, but I just wanted to ask, the dynamic topics are also available for the local consumption?
No, all this with the topics, this is a thing which is under the enterprise event enablement component of the S4 system. So, and that's only for the remote consumption.
Okay.
In remote consumption, you have just this CDS view payload. The one example was the abstract entity, and the other one was the CDS view.
Okay. So that's okay.
If
I mean,
want, for example, if you want a filter in your local consumption, you have to develop it by yourself. Or with the rare condition, maybe for let's say, you have to develop it. Okay, let's say final question. Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's really interesting. So one more question about difference between class events and wrap events. So if we have, for example, two events, so wrap, and they are stuck in queue for some reason, local events, can we be sure that first event comes also first in our class or not?
As far as I know, no.
Okay.
Because I checked it in the documentation, but I didn't try it by myself. But there was a comment, so you cannot be sure that the first event reacts first and so on.
Okay. Do you know how it was with class events?
If it is a class
event,
possible, I think it's the same problem.
I think it's the same problem. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Because I work a lot with workflow and for start for changes.
Maybe don't mention it here, regarding the class events.
Class events are asynchron.
In that case, they are synchron, yeah.
But the handler are processed in any order. So if you have multiple handlers, they are processed in.
Okay.
So
one last question. you want to ask something? Okay. Okay, then I think. You have a question? Yeah. Okay, this is really the last one.
Yeah, maybe I missed it, but regarding external events, how can I consume them? So is it REST API or?
Yeah, I mean the brokers also usually have also a sub-event mesh. You can access it with a REST API. Then it's more like a pull event, so you actively pull it. But this, as said, this AMQP, this protocol with which is the basis for PubSub or which follows the PubSub, then it's kind of push. So you have from SAP, there's this channel, and it's immediately pushed to your subscriber.
Okay.
And this are so examples: so event mesh, of course, Azure, Kafka, and so on.
Yeah, and I mean that's up to the event broker what's possible here. So, but usually they follow this PubSub principle, and AMQP is just a protocol which allows you to connect to that. And I know AWS, they don't follow this AMQP support, but they have their own protocols. And in CPI, there's an AWS adapter where everything is programmed. But for sure, you can do it on your own using whatever AWS in that example is providing to access that queues.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think now we'll stop the questions. But before we start to drink a beer, because I think a beer should be prepared again, we want to ask the speakers to come to the stage again, to celebrate the speakers, to give some little presents again. And then I think we can close the official part and start drinking a beer. Maybe there's some, is there food available? Yes, okay, you can, if you're still hungry, just grab what was it? Schinkenfleckerl. Okay, so please, the speaker, come back to the stage.
You're also speaker.
We need the logos. No pictures without the logos.
Yeah. Wait a sec. Hey, it was a long day, yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Ist die Viererstunde, dass das eine Mischung ist? Can you just stand here?
Okay.
Okay. Noch? Ja, jetzt.
Kurz ein bisschen Distanz. Danke.
And one picture with Tommy. Please, Tommy. Because he was the director, he had the screen, he had the slides and all that stuff. So thank you very much.
I also fucked up the first session yesterday, so. Perfect, so thank you. Perfect, then.
It's okay. So, we take it, yes. Okay, so please take a beer, take the food, and
So also for the stream.
Okay.
Bye bye from Vienna. I hope you enjoyed the session as we did. And yeah, hopefully we see us next year.
Bye bye.
Bye, ciao.
Oh,